Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the March 21st meeting of the Community and Public Services Committee. I'll start with a land acknowledgement and start by saying that I'd like to acknowledge that this is the place we are gathered today is the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory, and we thank the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, including the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Blackfoot peoples. We also acknowledge this as the Métis homeland and the home of the largest concentration of Inuit south of the 60th parallel. This has long been a welcoming place for all peoples who come from around the world to share Edmonton as a home, and together we call upon our collective honor, traditions, and spirits to work in building a great city for today and for future generations. I'll move to a roll call, first of all, of committee members. Councillor Jantz.
Here.
Councillor Tang.
Here. Good morning.
Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
And Mayor Sohi.
Yes.
I will take a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
And bear with me for a moment. Adoption of the agenda with the addition of 6.3, alternative land option for boulevards and turf, and replacement report in item 5, requests to reschedule reports 5.3 bylaw 19985, amendment to fire rescue services bylaw 15309, and item 5.5, recommendation update fire rescue services additional information. Moved by Councillor Wright. Please vote.
Yes. In favor. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi and Councillor Jans. We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Protocol items, I'm not aware of any today, so we'll move to selection of items.
Apologies, we missed approval of the minutes.
Oh, indeed we did. I'll take a motion to approve the minutes of the March 7th, 2022 Community and Public Services Committee.
So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Please vote.
In favor. Yes, in favor.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi and Councillor Jans. We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Now we will move to selection of items for debate. Be a short meeting if we don't select some items for debate. I can start then. I'll select items 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, and 7.1. I believe we have speakers on all items, so all those items. And 7.1. Any of the 5 items that anyone would like? Okay, hearing none, I think that's it. I will take a motion then to move all other items.
So moved. So moved.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Please vote on all other items.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Please display the vote.
Oh, we're just looking for Mayor Sohi's vote.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Thank
For some
you.
reason, it's not appearing on my screen, the vote manual. Maybe I'll sign up again.
Thank you. We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. That is
Yes.
carried. Request to speak. I will move that we hear from the following speakers in panels, where appropriate. First of all, on item 6.1, Joanne Saddleback from the City of Edmonton Indigenous Matriarchs Council, who's here in person today. Not here in person today? I have it on my list as in person.
They have just recently let us know that they will be remote.
Okay, thank you. Betty Latendre, remote. April Eve Weiberg, in person. Chevy Rabbit, in person. Stephanie Harp, the Indigenous Community and Murdered and Missing Women and Families, in person. Catherine Swampy, in person. And Lloyd Cardinal of End Poverty Edmonton Indigenous Circle will join us remotely.
The other people are not in person, some of them are not, so.
A few of the registrations have changed, however, we can check in at the time.
Okay, yeah, we'll come back to that then when we get to those panels. On item 6.2, Monica Grutzmacher, Meg Sears from Prevent Cancer Now, Mary Lou McDonald, Christine Kowalchuk, Mark Boyce of the ERVCC, Cheryl McCumsey from Pesticide Free Edmonton, Sherry Heschuk, Willow Ziliox from Pesticide Free Edmonton, Raquel Farreau from Pesticide Free Edmonton, Mark Stumpfallen, Rod Olstad, Robert Wild, Elvira Falconer, and Leah Berger. On item 6.3, Jonathan Lawrence, Meg Sears, Mary Lou McDonald, Clara Kwalitsa, Dustin Bayer, Willow Ziliox, Raquel Farreau, Christine Kowalchuk, Rod Olstad, Robert Wild, and Elvira Falconer. And on item 7.1, Petra Schultz, Mom Stop the Harm, Elaine Hishka, Alyssa Miller, Boots on Ground Harm Reduction Society, Juan Thompson, Each and Every Business for Harm Reduction, and Darren McGowan.
And may we please add Lisa Glock to item 6.2?
Lisa Glock. Please vote on those requests to speak.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Just looking for Councillor Tang's vote. We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Request for time specific on agenda. I understand we've had some requests to have item 6.1 first, but item 6.1 is first on the agenda, so no need to move any further motions there. Councillor inquiries. I understand we may have one.
Yes, we do.
Councillor Tang.
Sorry, give me 1 second. So this is a, sorry, I was actually expecting this was somewhat related to 7.1, but I'll put this inquiry here for now. And this is related to the work of mutual aid and I guess the interaction between the city and the community groups. So can administration please provide the following information? And there are a number of questions. I believe clerk already has that information, or the wording. Which mutual aid organizations has the City of Edmonton been working with since spring 2021? And what are the mandates of each of these organizations? How many mutual aid organizations are funded by the city, either through grants programs or through funds from specific programs? What opportunities exist in the short term to bring in the value of the work done by mutual aid organizations, including what city data is shared with mutual aid organizations and what data is provided from mutual aid organizations to inform city work? What collaboration tables or joint initiatives led by the city include mutual aid organizations? And finally, how can the reallocated police budget be used to support the work of the mutual aid organizations? Given that this is an inquiry, it is really meant to kind of seek that information within the corporation for now, without any, outreach or engagement. And in terms of which organizations, it is really those organizations that we've been working with since spring 2021. I understand there are some interactions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Tang. That inquiry is received. Any other council inquiries? Not aware of any. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting. We have none. Requests to reschedule reports. We had several and we approved them earlier. And maybe at this point I'll ask the clerk to just summarize what we approved with our vote earlier this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This morning, Community and Public Services Committee has passed the recommendations of the following reports without debate. Item 5.1, Problem Properties Initiative Update with a revised due date of April 11th, 2022. Item 5.2, Early Learning and Care Steering Committee Recommendations, Potential Next Steps and Policy Options with a revised due date of April 25th, 2022. Item 5.3, Bylaw 19985, Amendment to Fire Rescue Services Bylaw 15309, Fireworks with a revised due date of April 25th, 2022. Item 5.4, Safer for All Strategy, Community Safety, Wellbeing, Inclusion, and Anti-Racism with a revised due date of May 16th, 2022. And item 5.5, Recommendation Update, Fire Rescue Services Additional Information with a revised due date of May 30th, 2022.
Thank you. We will now move to the first item on our agenda, and that is item 6.1, Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls National Inquiry Final Report Update.
So, if I could ask a question on the, not on this one, like if we were thinking of cross-referencing the two reports.
Well, when we get to that,
Get to that?
I'll
Okay.
manage that when we get to that item.
Okay, then we,
Right,
okay,
next item,
because
yeah.
we want to let panel speakers know probably, right, if we're going to do that, so they can plan accordingly.
So people that are here for items after 6.1 are waiting through 6.1,
Good,
and
got
then
it.
we'll manage it then.
Okay, good,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So over to you, Mr. Corbold. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cartmel. Good morning. I'm here, Andre Corbold, City Manager. I'm here with Jackie Ford, Branch Manager, Social Development Community Services, who will be remote. Jamie Miller, Director of Indigenous Relations, Social Development and Community Services, who I believe will be remote, and Andy Levy, Team Leader, Indigenous Relations, Social Development, Community Services, who is here in person to my left. The report before you today provides an update on the city's approach to responding to the national inquiry's call for justice, and specifically the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls National Inquiry Final Report. As noted in the National Inquiry Final Report, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA people in Canada have been the targets of violence for far too long. The calls for justice outline the actions needed to address a variety of issues impacting the lives of Indigenous peoples. Our presentation today will provide an overview of the context for the calls, as well as the approach we can take as a municipality to address them in a meaningful and collaborative way. And I'll now hand over to Ms. Ford.
Thank you, Andre, and good morning, committee members and council members. Just a bit of background for today. The National Inquiry was launched by the federal government in December of 2015, and work formally began on that inquiry in September of 2016. The final report was published in June of 2019, on June 3rd, as a matter of fact. The mandate of this inquiry was to investigate and report on the systemic causes of all forms of violence, including sexual violence, and also the underlying social, economic, cultural, and institutional and historical causes contributing to the ongoing violence and particular vulnerabilities of Indigenous women and girls in Canada. The National Action Plan was released by the federal government on June 3rd of 2021, and we are expecting a provincial report and recommendations to be released in the spring of 2022. Next slide, please. Edmonton currently has the second largest urban Indigenous population in Canada. Statistically, we know that Indigenous women in particular face disproportionate challenges and barriers in urban life as a result of colonial and historical trauma, and the intersectionality of issues related to poverty, addictions, and violence. Currently, and as the Indigenous population in Edmonton continues to grow, it is imperative to acknowledge the multitude of issues identified in the calls for justice and respond in a meaningful and impactful way to ensure a safe and healthy city for Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA people, as well as their families and communities. And with that, I will hand it over to Jamie.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Okay, so next slide, please. So again, to reiterate what Jackie has shared with us, Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit peoples are nearly 3 times more likely to report being violently victimized and are more likely to experience multiple forms of violence than non-Indigenous women and girls, as well as LGBTQ2+ people. The majority of violent acts towards Indigenous women are often not reported to the police. Of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls cases in Canada, 16% are from Alberta, second only to British Columbia at 28%. And 84% of Alberta cases are for murder, 14% are missing cases, and 42% of those cases in Alberta are still unsolved. Next slide, please. So as we consider our City of Edmonton response to the calls for justice, we do have a corporate commitment through our Indigenous framework. And our corporate commitment number 1 is to support the journey of reconciliation by applying the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action, the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls calls for justice, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as a foundation for the Indigenous framework. The Indigenous framework and its guiding values of kinship relationships, Wakotuin, Wahigi Chichobi, provides the corporate foundation for how we can do this work together in a good way and develop a local Edmonton response to the national calls from the MMIWG inquiry. I like to think of the Indigenous framework as sort of our house, and the TRC response, our MMIWG response, and our eventual UNDRIP response will be sort of essential components to building that house that is safe, that is warm, and that is sheltering and allows a place for people to grow and thrive. Following the guidance of elders and knowledge keepers and community members, the values of kinship relationships upheld by the Indigenous framework urges the city to be that integral connector, advocate, partner, and most importantly, a listener alongside Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit peoples in Edmonton. So some of the ways that we can live out those roles and our commitments with community will be to stand in solidarity with First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and Two-Spirit LGBTQIA groups and individuals to denounce violence against Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit peoples, and men and boys. Indigenous men and boys also suffer from disproportionate levels of violence. Support the resurgence of Indigenous ways of being and knowing. Support Indigenous women, girls, men, boys, and Two-Spirit peoples in reclaiming their roles, languages, and ceremonies. Listen and seek out the perspectives of Indigenous peoples. Partner with Indigenous peoples to raise awareness and address the contributing factors towards these disproportionate levels of violence, and connect Indigenous peoples with the resources and partnerships to address those contributing factors. Next slide, please. So administration over the last several months has engaged in some direct one-on-one conversations with community leaders, advocates, subject matter experts, grassroots leaders, First Nations, the Métis Nation of Alberta, municipal, provincial, and federal levels of government to discuss their involvement and or response to the calls for justice and where they might need city support, and to share the city's approach to the calls for justice. Administration also sought their guidance and support of Indigenous matriarchal elders and knowledge keepers on their experiences and understandings of this issue. We heard clearly that this is not a woman's issue. This is not just an Indigenous issue. This is a human issue. This is a societal issue, and we all have a role to play. And so the top priorities that we noted from our community conversations include public education, training, and awareness on missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit LGBTQIA people, as well as men and boys. Action on racism and hate crimes in Edmonton, including the development of an Indigenous advocate or ombudsperson, fund Indigenous not-for-profit organizations to support the delivery of infrastructure, housing, shelters, safe houses, wraparound support services, and programming. Again, local community-led solutions that are already underway in Edmonton. To work with community to help community members reclaim Indigenous knowledge, culture, language, and ceremonies, and to address challenges with the collection and dissemination of data, specifically race-based and disaggregated data around, again, those disproportionate levels of violence that Indigenous peoples are experiencing. Next slide, please. So based on these conversations and our research, we've really sort of grouped things into three major thematic areas. Awareness building. So the city and city staff and all Edmontonians need to learn about the truth of our shared histories and the reality of our history that has created this disproportionate level of violence against Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit LGBTQI people, men and boys. We need to understand the historic trauma, the experience of colonization, and how those have led to the disproportionate social statistics that we're all very well aware of. We need to continue addressing those underlying causes and connections to those disproportionate levels of violence. So continue to support, fund Indigenous peoples and organizations that are doing the work to support their communities. And we also need to support Indigenous resurgence. The city needs to embody the intention of Wakotowin, of kinship relationships, Wahigi Chobi, by working with elders, matriarchs, knowledge keepers, and community leaders to support the resurgence of Indigenous ways of being and knowing. And with that, I'll turn it over to Andy Levy. Thanks.
Over the past few years, administration has been working within existing budgets to support several initiatives that align with the calls for justice. As JB has mentioned, we've heard through community conversations that this is not a checklist. The calls for justice are something that we need to incorporate into all aspects of the corporation. And city-supported activities have been grouped into three themes to tailor the corporate approach to one that is locally centered and culturally responsive. Current operational budget supports efforts aligned with some of the calls for justice, including the Gender-Based Violence and Sexual Assault Prevention Initiative, the Indigenous Framework, End Poverty Edmonton, Recover Urban Wellbeing Framework, existing work on community safety and well-being, Indigenous housing initiatives, including Indigenous Housing Strategy, and Anti-Racism Advisory and Women's Advocacy Voice of Edmonton committees. Now, these are all not specifically related to calls for justice and came out of the calls for justice, but it's important as we move forward that we need to recognize and empower city staff across the corporation that the work that we already do is rooted in the aspects of the values of helping, of community, and of safety. And so moving forward, we need to build in those processes that include, support the inclusion of Indigenous experiences, wisdoms, and teachings moving forward. And so we can embody the work, embody the values of the Indigenous framework moving forward and really make sure that the Indigenous perspectives is included in all of these different initiatives. We can utilize the, next slide, please. I think next slide. Yes, that one, sorry. We can utilize the 4 roles of the Indigenous framework to do this work: listener, connector, partner, and advocate. Under the thematic of awareness, this is about uplifting grassroots work and voices of Indigenous advocates and activists. It's important to recognize that the work going on in community has been doing so for decades. We have such a committed group of communities here that have been putting their heart and soul into finding justice and seeking support and seeking answers for their families, for communities, and for themselves. And so it's important that we raise awareness of this and uplift the grassroots work and voices. Part of this can look like amplifying and supporting local public awareness and education campaigns that challenge the acceptance and normalization of violence against Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit LGBTQI people. Such an example is Red Dress Day, Sisters in Spirit Day, Walk a Mile in a Ribbon Skirt, and highlighting and noting the importance of initiatives such as Okisaka Way, otherwise known as Angel Way. There's also the importance of different initiatives in the city and the collaboration that can exist there. An example of that is the co-creation of a bystander awareness campaign that can involve in different initiatives and partners in the community. And so this is about education, providing educational materials and training on how to respond to acts of violence, hate, and racism in city and public spaces, with a focus on the lived experiences of Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit LGBTQI people, and women and boys. Another initiative that that we'll be launching soon is the Support the Moosehide campaign, and this is a corporate-wide initiative to recognize the root causes of violence and what we as Edmontonians can do to stand up against that. In the theme of addressing, this is about recognizing the need for safety and security and connecting the work that's happening in the city that address the symptoms of colonial violence. Examples of that is really about focusing on human trafficking and sexual exploitation prevention by supporting stabilizing funding for streets, the community outreach transit team, supporting the recognition of that, supporting and bolstering resources for support groups such as IAW, for their Healthy Relationships program, creating Hope Society, Inner City Victims of Homicide group for families that have lost loved ones, the development of an anti-racism strategy, and the development of an Indigenous housing strategy. Again, these are all components that that work to fix or address the issues that result from this colonial violence that create the conditions where Indigenous women are more vulnerable, are in spaces where choices are very limited and really ultimately not much choice at all. In the area of resurgence, we can really use our municipal power and leverage and society to support the work that's already being done. But recognizing that we have a responsibility to create space within our city processes for lived experiences, for the voices of Indigenous women and girls, Two-Spirit peoples, and for the inclusion of Indigenous teachings and wisdoms into our processes. An example of this is the work that was done for the Indigenous ward naming ceremonies and the power that there is in the reclamation of language in our city, for the wisdom of our matriarchal elders to be highlighted and to really take a stand that this is Indigenous territory and this is Treaty 6 territory and has a long-standing history. In terms of, next slide. In terms of medium and long-term actions, it's important to recognize the complexities of this work and that we are not here because of a short amount of issues. This is a generational issue. This is decades and centuries of oppression and very targeted violence that has created these situations for ourselves here. And so the work forward is not will not be a short journey. It is one that requires constant collaboration and commitment from both the administration, city council, and our community in order to work together to create this localized solutions for the repercussions of this violence. So implementation of some of the calls for justice could result in financial implications to the city. The city may receive funding requests from local Indigenous organizations to support efforts related to implementing the calls for justice moving forward. The city will continue to engage with the Circle of Indigenous matriarchal elders and knowledge keepers and community leaders, partners, and advocates to co-create the city's implementation plan. And community collaboration must be ongoing in all responses to the calls for justice in order to meaningfully create the desired changes in policies and programs and create that lasting systemic change that we're all striving for. as has been stated, I think, in many of our understandings in our community, is that this work is 7 generations long, and we must look forward for our future, and we must always look back for our ancestors and have that in our heart moving forward. Miigwech. And next slide. Thank you. That is all.
Well, thank you all very much for your presentation this morning. We'll now move to our speakers list. And I will, so first of all, I neglected to acknowledge that we are also joined by other councillors not on the committee. So that includes Councillor Paquette, Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Principe.
Hi, good morning.
So that is just about all of council that's here to hear these presentations this morning. We will now move to our speakers, and I'll come to you each in just a minute to make sure that you're all have an open channel of communication. But I'll start here with instructions for our speakers, just so we all understand just how this is going to work. So we are inviting members of the public who have registered to speak to make their presentations. Speakers will be heard in panels. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber. And if you're in the council chamber, you'll see the timer lights on the podium, which is green for the first 4 minutes, yellow for the last minute, and then red when 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, there should be a timer on the screen, but you may want to use a timer of your own. When everyone in the panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or of other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. If you're participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking. And if you are experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the same contact information provided in your confirmation of registration, or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it's your turn to speak. As Edmonton transitions from provincial mask mandates and the city's temporary mask bylaw, we ask visitors to council chamber to be kind and respectful to each other. You can wear a mask to protect yourself and those around you, and please respect people's personal decisions around wearing masks. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. So with that, we'll then move to, I'm going to check in with each of our speakers on the first panel, starting with Joanne Saddleback.
I'm here.
You're here? Good. We can hear you. Betty Letendre.
I'm here.
Thank you. April Eve Weiberg.
Here.
Are you in person? Is that okay? We'll have maybe come have you. Well, I guess you're okay there. Yeah. Okay. You have a microphone there, so that's great. Chevy Rabbit.
Here.
Virtually. Okay. Stephanie Harp.
Here.
Very good. Thank you. Catherine Swampy.
I'm here.
And Lloyd Cardinal.
Here.
Great. Thank you all for being here this morning. Thank you for your presentations. And we'll start with Joanne Saddleback. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. I want to thank you good people for gathering to try and do good work for the community. My name is Joanne Saddleback, Ogisagoa Squeo, Nitsigasun. I come from the Eagle Thunderbird clan of the Western Mountains. I work heavily with the city, with Jamie and Emily and the good people at the Indigenous Relations Office. I wanted to talk first to explain that I'm Cree, we come from a matriarchal society. Under that matriarchal society, it is a government by women. It is women who set the public agenda. It is women who make the decision-making processes. It is women who preside over the genetics of science that creates our nations and our communities. I think what I wanted most importantly to say here are three different things. One is that as soon as contact was made, there was a systematic and continued denigration of the role of Indigenous women in this society. The second is that I have worked, there isn't a prison that I haven't been in. And the federal system is ruled by gangs and working with those guys and gangs. And what they said to me, said, we're here for two reasons, poverty and racism. Said, where were you, meaning the government, when my mother needed support, when she needed training, when she needed an education, when she needed a job? And they told me, they said, she may have been an addict, she may have been a prostitute, she may have been an alcoholic, but where was the government when she needed help? You cannot blame our mothers. In that too, when being involved with women's group, something that we said commonly was, we are not recipients of service. People are making money off of us to provide us services. That's not what we need. We need jobs, we need training, we need education, and we need the proper support. There has been an incident that I'm most concerned with, and it concerns my granddaughter. She was tortured and beaten for 3 years from her baby's father. She finally left him. There's so much trauma that she has to get through, and she can't find the help anywhere. She's falling through the cracks. She had the courage to finally leave him. She was on her way to being a murdered Indigenous woman. It was getting worse and worse and worse. She found herself homeless. She called income support, and they said, are you in a hotel? She said, yes, I'm looking for an apartment. I need your help. I'm looking for a home. And they said, well, if you're in a hotel, then we're going to start a child investigation on you, because she had her child in a hotel. They wanted her to apply for to go to school. She did that. She got accepted into Sundance College. And they said, well, we want you to apply for a learner's funding. Well, that takes 2 months, way past the deadline. So everywhere she turns, she's in a catch-22. This is what those boys in jails were talking about, those gang members. Where was the government when she needed help? I thought that the system was set up to try and help young women like my granddaughter, but it is failing her completely. She is more traumatized trying to get a home and an income for her and her baby. This is how it begins. So you can give money to a whole bunch of organizations, but it comes down to the day-to-day treatment of our women. That's where it starts. In our matriarchal society, no one went without a home. No one, all children were looked after by the community of women. There was no child left orphaned, abandoned, and without a home. This is how important reviving the status of women, Indigenous women in this society is. And I see that my time is almost up. We could go on, but I needed to make that statement and to make that case. And thank you to all you good people for the good work that you do the community. Ai.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your presentation and for being here this morning. Betty Letendre.
Tatamskat now. Nisika sun. Kiwet nok atakis square. If dutzin yagagimi go yan e wanma. I greeted you all today in my language, the Cree language, where I humbly so speak every day. I greeted you to tell you what my Cree name was. And it's North Star Woman that was given to me. That's just one of the 3 that were given to me. But today I come to you to say thank you to our mayor, the councillors, you administrators, those that can make a change in what we are, what our struggles have been for many years and will continue to be struggling. without the support of our fine city. I come and I talk about the missing and murdered and women, girls, boy, the two-spirit. I don't know all the acronyms, but I'm not going to miss anybody. But for myself, I'm that every time this comes up, you know, I have two women, very beautiful women that were taken by murder. Didn't go missing, but they were still murdered. And I talk about the red dress that I wear. I wear this in honor of my mother and my aunt. And if you see the red dresses hanging anywhere, or what that symbolizes, is that some people in their beliefs believe that the color red is where the spirit sees that more. And these red dresses are empty. There's nothing in them. So they hang them up. And I'm getting to a little short story here, and I hope I can tell you that even with the Moose Hair Initiative, Moosehide Initiative, that we need to pay more attention to those to get that awareness going. But this little story is about Calgary. I work at the University of Calgary there every summer, and every summer there's little kids doing play school, and they go to the university there. There was a gentleman picking up his little boy from one of the day schools, and they would all be walking together. But we would do the red dress initiative. We would hang red dresses. What we would do is put a hashtag on the dress so that people can scan that, and they would know what the story is. So the little guy and his dad were walking, and his dad stops and he's scanning this hashtag, and he asks his dad, "Dad, what is that about? Why is that? What are you doing? Why is that red dress there?" And the little guy says, the father says to the child, it's telling us women are missing. The little boy gasped. He says, "Well, why aren't we looking for them? We got to go looking for those women." So that little impact, what those things can do. As a city, as this is my home, the city of Edmonton. I've been here not 100, but 60 years or so. I've been living here. This is my home. My city's my home. I speak my language. I'm a matriarch of my family and part of the city, and so on. But these are little things that we can do to push this forward, to push these calls to action 231. We have young people that are going to come on to speak. Their stories, their horrible stories, about being, however they face that discrimination. I'm one of the lucky ones. I could have been, not even here. I could have went missing. I could have been murdered, But for whatever reason, I was granted that, I guess, to speak and to bring awareness to you as my city. And I just want to leave you with this. How can we do better? We have to make things right for our city, for our children, our youth. How are we going to make that? All these other policies don't matter what kind you have on paper. What is your action? Help us with that. I want to be able to go to City Hall. I called it my chief and council band because I don't have one. When I go there, I call it my band office. It's out of respect because those things were taken away from me. So when I want to make these statements, I want people to help me. I want us to be proud and say, here's a statue of a woman that tells the story of how missing and murdered women and girls are still missing. So with that, I will thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have April Eve Weiberg.
Tansai Kia, Mayor Sohi, Council, City of Edmonton staffers, matriarchs, and fellow community members. April Eve Nitseka Soon. I'm joining you today from the unceded, unsurrendered Treaty 6 territory here in Amiskwachi, Waskahigun. I'm an Edmontonian, mother of two, and proud member of the Mixu Cree First Nation. I'm also the great-granddaughter of the late Chief Mixu Martin and Thomas Jabot, who both signed Treaty 8 for my nation. In regards to the national shame and human rights crisis of missing or murdered and exploited Indigenous people, I'm a family member, survivor leader, movement builder, and the founder of the Stolen Sisters and Brothers Action Movement, which is a local grassroots movement taking action and raising awareness on the serious and ongoing human rights crisis. I would like to acknowledge all of the missing or murdered and exploited Indigenous peoples, MMEIP, family members, survivors, advocates, activists, and allies who helped us reach this point. I would also like to acknowledge the City of Edmonton for supporting and uplifting grassroots work by helping to raise the alarm and take action on the normalization of violence and genocide against Indigenous people. I'm the daughter of an Indian residential school survivor and also a survivor of commercialized sexual exploitation. This experience of sexual exploitation took me throughout Western Canada across international borders. It shattered my self-worth and took me very far away from my family, community, and my true potential. By the grace of the Creator, I was self-liberated, rebuilding my life back in Edmonton. On May 5th, 2007, the first Stolen Sisters Awareness Walk was born and was the first in the province of Alberta, specifically raising awareness on the disproportionate number of missing or murdered, exploited Métis, Inuit, non-status, and First Nation women and girls. The movement itself is entirely grassroots and therefore does not seek any type of funding from government or business. The crisis of MMEIP is bigger than any one factor. To name a few: genocide, systemic racism, Indian residential schools, the 60s and millennial scoops, misogyny, sexual violence, organized crime, intimate partner violence. 11 years ago, on June 14, 2011, with the collective support of the Edmonton community, Okisekau Angel Way was unveiled to honor all women and gender diverse who have been victims of violence and those who've died or been abused. I had the privilege of helping to develop Okisekau Way alongside our beloved matriarchs such as Elder Karen McKenzie, Dr. Claire Clark, and my late best friend and Okisekau sign blade artist, survivor leader, Gloria Neapatung. This national initiative began in Iqaluit, Nunavut in 2007 with Iqaluit Mayor and Council calling on other Canadian cities to do the same. Edmonton's Okisekau Way was the 5th city in Canada to have dedicated an Angel Way, and ours is located on 101A Avenue between 97 and 96th Street. Sadly, though, our Okisekau Way has been neglected, and we need to save her. With that said, we are asking City of Edmonton leadership to declare June 14th as Okisekau Way Day, and we invite you and the collective community to join us in ceremony on June 14th of this year at Okisekau Way, and to put our hearts and minds together to help combat the violence experienced by all of our women, girls, and gender diverse relatives. And everyone is welcome, including all governments, federal, provincial, Indigenous, and municipal, as we all must work together to take action to address the key areas of concern. I believe that one day Edmonton will have proven itself through a healing journey of genuine hard work, reciprocity, and reconciliation to be known as one of the safest and most welcoming cities in Canada for Indigenous people and for all people, regardless of race, gender identity, age, culture, or faith. The time for talk is over. We need action, immediate awareness and action within every sector, every system by way of unprecedented policy and legislative reform. We owe this to ourselves, to our ancestors, and mostly to our MMEIP community and our relatives who are endangered, suffering, and still at risk, including our men and our boys, because they too are loved. Our hearts cannot bear to lose another stolen sister or brother. Hai kinanaskumten. I wish you all wellness and safety and safe travels back to your home fires. All my relations.
Thank you. And next we have Chevy Rabbit.
Hi everyone, my name is Chevy Rabbit. I am transgender, gender diverse. and I'm here to talk about the ongoing systematic discrimination, hate, and also share. I'll leave my camera off though, or maybe I'll turn it on. No, I'm so nervous right now. So I would like to add, well, I'm Chevy Rabbit, and I have done a lot of work here in the city, and I come from a family. Well, my Cree name is Sweetgrass Person. It was given to me by my late uncle, Chief Leo Cattleman, who was the longest serving chief in Canada at the time, and he was a traditional hereditary medicine man, and it was given to me at birth. And it's quite cool that it's Sweetgrass Person because it's usually Sweetgrass woman, Sweetgrass man, but so it's very, very unique to me, and it's cool that how he kind of knew my path and had guided me throughout my life. And I come from a family that's been in politics in Musqueam for a very long time. Since the inception of the reserve. My ancestors have worked with Father Lacombe. We've done farming and stuff like that. And on my father's side, although I don't know my father's side because my father was brutally murdered in Musqueam back in when I was 2 years old. And he was the product of, my family was the product of the 60s scoop. My auntie Marlene Curry was taken, and then she was brutally murdered in Montreal and hogtied and murdered that way. It's still unsolved. My uncle Frank Curry is still considered missing. And I learned through this process, through my Hate to Hope journey of reconnecting with my dad's side, that I am the product of programs that were meant to civilize us or save us, but instead completely destroyed my family on my dad's side. And I've been fortunate enough to been raised with my stepfather, Sarah Shug, who's a respected elder, worked with the government of Alberta on child and family services because she herself was married out and married a non-native German man and then lost her status. So she's built C31. So I grew up with leaders who had used their voice to make changes. And I had come to Edmonton as an investment from my family who believed in me, brought me up, and I came to Edmonton, loved and supported. And I was going to be the first one to get my degree in my rabbit-sided family. And when I came here, I ended up getting assaulted, and it disrupted my family's journey. We were breaking intergenerational trauma. And when I got assaulted for being catcalled and being beat up by 3 guys at the University of Alberta in my 4th year Native Studies, it took me on a decade journey of educating Edmonton through Walk a Mile in a Ribbon Skirt, and also Hate to Hope that many of the leaders in this room have spoken at. And so through that decade of trying to do my part to make the city more inclusive so that when my family comes to Edmonton, isn't beat up, isn't targeted, isn't hunted. Because I remember when I came to the city, I expressed to my parents, I feel like I'm being hunted by groups of men. I'm going shopping and I'm being followed everywhere. And so when I got beat up, it was so, sorry. No, it's never. Yeah, I think I'm done. I'm very sorry, but I don't think I can continue.
That's okay, Chevy.
Thank you, Chevy.
Thank you for sharing your experiences, and I think I speak for all my colleagues when I say we're very sorry for those experiences, and we're really glad you're here. And in whatever way you're comfortable in sharing, please continue to do so. If you feel ready to continue, either now or later in the meeting, please just let me know, and we can come back to you.
Okay, thank you. I just caught my breath. I just kind of got triggered for a moment. It's just that it's been a decade in Edmonton trying to make it a better place, and it doesn't seem like it's really working. But thank you. I think I'm okay. I'm gonna stop the talking. I need to have a moment.
Did you have any other remarks to share with us? Or not?
Yeah, I just think we need to really make the city more inclusive and just follow through and add weight to the policies. I think there's a lot of talk, and I think decades of my life trying to do my part to make the city a better place. Does it really seem like it's really following through? I feel like there's meetings after meetings, and there's all these decorative talk, and there's all inclusiveness, and there's pride flags. But through my work, I can tell that a lot of people are being targeted. A lot of trans women are being targeted. There's lack of housing. There's lack of employment inclusivity. There's just this overall lack of awareness within these systems that are supposed to protect us. And they feel like they're more like they're trying to break us. And then there's no inclusiveness in the city. And I think there's a lot of talk, but I don't see a lot of follow through. So I'm all done, but thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for being here, Chevy. Next, we have Stephanie Harp.
Hotel Dene, hello everybody. So I'm Stephanie Harp. I'm from Fort McKay First Nation, who I work for as well. I'm the niece of the historical chief Dorothy McDonald. My mother was murdered here in Edmonton in 1999. Total injustice and failed case. I'm a murder attempt survivor myself. Carrie Thomason and I have paired up, and we've been together here for the last few years doing impactful action on the ground with the people. And this is the first time really that the city has reached out to me after 7 years, and I've been doing local, regional, provincial, national, and international works. And I appreciate the monies that we got for the Murdered and Missing Park. Liz, John, West, and we really do appreciate that. MMEIP. So here's the thing. I came to City Hall looking for supports for Indigenous men and boys. There were none. Walked out and did start the Indigenous Men and Boys Support Group of Edmonton, which is on Facebook. Started that up. We healed 60% of the men. That's how we're going to lower all of this violence. And I need you guys to all come on board. It's MMEIP, Murdered or Missing and Exploited Indigenous Peoples. That is everyone. Everyone. There's 700 murdered and missing men in this province. No one is talking about. It's ridiculous. Inuit, Métis, you name it. So, you know, this is a lot of work. I've done 2 provincial action plans. I led one of the provincial action plans for this province, and now it's being used as a skeleton structure. I found out from Ottawa for some of the other provinces. I'm honored. I'm really happy about this, but we're doing a lot of things wrong here. If the National Action Plan's first chess move is to have a non-Indigenous person as an MMIW secretariat, we've already lost the game, okay? So after the National Inquiry, we've seen nothing, okay? Human rights being violated, we're being murdered, we're being missing, we're the highest rate of everything awful, and the lowest population. So we can't build reconciliation upon racist treaty, Indian Act and foundations and treaties not being honored to this day. So Carrie Thomason and I are on the ground. We're with the people. We're taking care of a lot of the families. We're still cleaning up the mess from the National Inquiry. You have job titles in government from the top to the bottom that are Indigenous titled roles that are not employed by Indigenous people, which we are fully capable of having those jobs. So that's, you know, your defense on the line. And when we're out there rallying and doing the marches and everything, we always have to demand. So in the National Human Trafficking Coalition meeting, the Indigenous sector was empty. Okay, so there's a bunch of failings here, but myself and Carrie are on the ground with the people doing the action. We have some of these organizations that are unhealthy. You need to come back down and talk to community and talk to ex-staff. And some of these places should be investigated to make sure the monies is going towards the people. You got to follow the monies. And plus the monies ain't enough. Carrie Thomason and I are doing the work on the ground with the people throughout this whole time, and the monies that you're giving us is a slap in the face, okay? It's not enough. It's not enough. I'm leading the Murdered and Missing initiative for the Wood Buffalo region myself, and I need more assistance. I need more help. So if Carrie Thomason are on the ground, we're on the ground with the people all the time. We need to be at those tables. You need to have survivors. You need to have advocates. Please don't use activists. That's a very dangerous word for us. And survivors at your tables. Okay, there's not enough of that voice there. And 700 murdered and missing Indigenous men and boys. I mean, we gotta include them. So the red dress is great. The red, the yellow, the rainbow sash is great. So we have this. This is the unity pin of our people, the blue jean jacket for our men, the red skirt for our women and girls, the gender diverse colors for our people. Dee Dee Grandjam from Fort McKay First Nation did this. We will be releasing this. Every Indigenous person is owed healing by your country, by all of you. We've been traumatized, and with all the children being found, we are still traumatized even heavier every day. We are owed healing for everything that you've done to us: genocide, systematic racism, oppression, strategic oppression. Okay, so we have work to do, and if you want to get the work done properly, you need us people who are on the ground with the people. Okay. So I'm tired of talking. I want action. This is the age of action. Everyone has a responsibility here. And we have a lot of Canadians who now believe what happened to us. We have to move fast and fierce with this truth. So I'm everywhere. I need more of us at those tables to give you that proper representation and voice. Masicho.
Thank you. Next, we have Catherine Swampy.
Nanaskama mamadaima kisemanito. Hi and totemte kanochkiska. Nisiga son pisama peosko agua okamau kihio gisigosko. Hello everyone, I am Catherine Swampy, and I'm an elected leader for Samson Cree Nation. And I have numerous family members. 2 of my sisters, Cheryl and Debbie, 2 of my nieces, Trishina and Maureen, 2 of my nephews, Jonathan and Houston, and my brother-in-law, Justin, who were all murdered. Ayman, Hakamemuk. Thank you, Edmonton Municipal Council, and thank you to each and every one of you for being here today and for granting us the time and the space needed to share. And I'm sure we're all familiar, but I would like to share some of the current struggles faced by First Nations people today on the reserves. We have overcrowded houses. Most of those houses are in failing condition. We have houses that need new water wells. They've been on boil water advisories for well over 15 years. We have the highest unemployment rates on reserves due to high population rates. For example, here in Samson, we have 9,000 people, but we only have around 700 jobs available. We have extreme poverty, basic needs not being met. Things like no food, inability to pay electric bills. Many houses lack beds for sleeping, have broken fridges, broken stoves, no washers, no dryers. And when COVID hit and most houses didn't have computers, or let alone access to the internet. We have over-incarceration rates, high population rates of children in care. We have no elders' homes, no long-term care facilities, lack of supports and resources for people with disabilities on the reserves. Transportation is an item of luxury, as most people don't have the financial capacity to buy a vehicle, or in some cases even get their driver's license. We have high intergenerational trauma forced from the encampments of reserves, residential schools, 60 scoop, over-incarceration, high population of children and family services, forcing us to live in extreme poverty, leading to addictions like alcohol and drugs, suffering and gang violence, and suicides. And not only the highest rates of missing and murdered Indigenous women, but also men and boys. We are the highest statistic for everything bad. And we don't want to be. We deserve better. And these are reasons why Indigenous people leave the reserves to go live elsewhere. But majority are facing hardships even far worse off than here on reserve. Everything is set up to oppress and condemn Indigenous people. And here, you have been gifted an opportunity. Yes, when I was explaining some of the hardships we face, it sounds very difficult. And yes, we are very resilient people. Our people survived everything that was thrown at them. And today we have exactly who our ancestors prayed for. Our Indigenous people here today who are advocating and fighting just to live. They are that prayer, and you are that prayer. You have been gifted an opportunity to be the action makers, the social change makers. You can be the difference in the stories about Indigenous people, the stories that we share. I hope to see the actions needed, as was presented here, the executive calls to actions regarding missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and men and boys. We need shelters built for families. We need women's shelters built for families. And we need shelters that welcome LGBTQ2S+. And we need affordable housing. We need equal and sustainable healthcare services aimed to assist Indigenous people. And we need policies surrounding workplace for Indigenous culture accommodation. A few examples I can share is when we have the rites of passage for our youth, either a girl or a boy, it's a 4-day-long process. Boys' timelines can be set and arranged, but for a girl, when it happens immediately and suddenly. We need to be able to take care of our children. We need that time from work. We are not granted unless it's without pay. And when we have a death in our community or when we have a death in our family, the wake and funeral happen within 4 days. We don't plan for a future time and date. It happens now. We don't have that time off from work. And when we have numerous traumatic events happening in our lives as a result of genocide and intergenerational trauma, for example, one time I had to go identify my sister when she was murdered. And the following day I missed work. I was mentally and emotionally and physically exhausted. And I got in trouble for missing work because apparently I'm supposed to plan for time off 2 weeks in advance. And the unexpected and immediate trauma could have gotten me fired. Employment policies can be easy and quick change. And it would really mean the world to many Indigenous people who are living the lives that are so close to that of a soap opera. And we would have employment policies that could be supportive and accommodating, change employment standards. It would help many Indigenous people who are trying very hard to help themselves. I hope that everything everyone had said here today really makes its impact.
Thank you. Next we have Lloyd Cardinal.
Tansei, Mio Kiksepayal, Lloyd Cardinal, Nitsikasun, Maikan Sagaigan, and Amisk Waskaigan, Utsinia. Just greeted you all and let you know where I'm from, Wolf Lake and Beaver Lake Cree Nation. And today I'm just going to speak to my understanding of this issue. And, I say thank you and welcome everyone that's gathered here today. So all my life, I've lost friends, I've lost family. I've lost family members, community to this issue. And you know what? Growing up, we normalized this. Like it wasn't talked about as MMIW or MMIW or the MMIEP. There's a lot of acronyms, but like we're very aware of the issue even before it probably had those names. And it wasn't until I had attended a gathering for MMIW, and it was around 2015. I sat and I listened to chiefs speak. I sat and I listened to people from South America speak because they had the same issue down in South America. They're murdered and missing Indigenous women of that area. And you know what? I realized that I was deeply impacted by this issue and that all my life I had lost people to this reality. At the same time, I understand the loss of the women. I understand like the loss of Two-Spirit and that community. But I'm also here as a man today, a Nehial man, to advocate for the men and stuff. A lot of our people are disenfranchised. A lot of our people are in the city and they're not connected to their home bands, to their reserves or their settlements, and they end up in the city. And when they end up in the city, the government doesn't want the responsibility of them because they would only want the responsibility of them if they were on reserve. Now, at the same time, because of this issue, it falls upon the municipality. And you know what? At the same time, the municipality tries to deal with it in a way, yet there's a lot of band-aids taking place. A lot of our people that die on the streets every week, every single year, the people that are in poverty, even though they may not have been murdered, they still fall under murdered and missing, because when they eventually go home, back to their settlements, to their reserves, to their home fires, they usually go back in a box. And they are, like, in a sense, in the city because of poverty. If you go back to even our first Prime Minister, Sir John A. Macdonald, the whole idea of the reservation system was so that eventually the Indigenous communities would move to the city due to poverty, and they would just take that land also, right? I want to, like, advocate for all of my family members that went home in a box. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have my cousin Alfred Cardinal, who was found last year behind the remand center in a tent. My first cousin, my mom's sister's son, my cousin Malcolm Cardinal, too, the same way. You know, he was from the Elizabeth Métis settlement. My cousin Kenny Cardinal, who was from the Beaver Lake Cree Nation, also too. Colton Rain, Cody Bugle Rain, two brothers who died in the same year. My cousin Cody, I had seen him on the LRT just before he had passed away, maybe a couple of weeks before. I didn't know that he died till 6 months later. At the same time that he died, he was found murdered on 118th Avenue, and nobody knew who did that to him, right? This is connected to poverty. This is connected to the reality that takes place in the inner city. This is also connected to the history of our people and the relationship between us and the four levels of government. I just want to say that the last thing I'll say to you guys today, because 5 minutes is not a long time. This takes more than 5 minutes. I just want to say that I was taught by a wise person once to always treat the people on the streets with love, kindness, and respect, because they are the ones that are paying the full price for what has been done to our people through this colonial history. They pay with their lives. And you know what? The reason that they pay with their lives is so that we can live. We can live. Many of my cousins are not here right now. I'm still here right now. And I have to advocate for them because they are our people and this is our way. So with that, thank you for listening. I look forward to conversations in the future.
Thank you. We've had one more person register to speak, and that is Marilyn Lizet. I hope I have your name right. So I will move that we hear from Marilyn, and I'll just seek unanimous consent from committee members. And I think I have that. So we will now move to Marilyn. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Do I have to turn on my camera?
You don't have to. Whatever makes you comfortable.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm actually up in Grand Prairie and I'm just running off a hub because like other people were talking, the internet is not always accessible to even municipality communities. So I live in an older part of Grand Prairie. So my name is Marilyn Lizet. I am the president of New Dawn Métis Women's Society here in Alberta. And I would like to thank Mayor and Council for giving me the opportunity to speak today. And sorry about that. And commend you for the work that you have done. Obviously, from listening to everybody's statement, there's a lot more work that needs to be done. And I agree that it's time for action. We've sat around the table, the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Inquirers report. Of course, the first go round left out the Métis. And if you're not recognized as a people, how are you going to collect data on us? And they can't tell us the number of Métis girls that have gone missing because there is no, they don't collect any data on us. They either put us down as if you're fair-skinned, non-Aboriginal, and if you're dark-skinned, just Aboriginal. So that piece, we really need to work on that piece in identifying the different cultures and accepting and recognizing that the Métis are here and have been here since the beginning, before Canada was even a country. So that's one of the huge, huge barriers that we have as Métis women. Oh, I apologize, sorry. And I think we need a lot more education out there, a lot more education about what is happening to our women, about what is happening in the streets. And I sat on a lot of committees with the city of Edmonton, and one of them was the revitalization of the downtown area. And the person that they had facilitating that, he was amazing. And he said that the systems that we created, the systems that were created for governments, municipalities, all of that left out the poor. The poor just fell through the cracks. There's all kinds of programs and services if you fall into if you're the middle class, because before Alberta healthcare wasn't even available to the poor because you couldn't afford to pay it. So all the stuff being done in the hospitals weren't for poor people. They were for the middle class. So I think the system needs to be redesigned so that when people are coming from the north, coming from a different municipality or even the northern to come to Edmonton, that they have a place to go where they can find housing, they can get educated, they can go. We have Rupert's Land Institute that has funding to put people to work, to put people, bring their skills up to par. I did speak to before that even within the city of Edmonton, there are barriers for employment because some of the standards that are there are too high for, like, I only went to grade 10. I didn't graduate, but I'm still was able to make it because of the people that I knew and the places that I went. But I think what most of all we need to have happen is we have to validate our people. We have to show them that they matter. And what kills me is if it was a Caucasian woman who went missing, there'd be an investigation. When a little Caucasian child goes missing, there's an Amber Alert. Sorry. So I just, sorry. And the laws need to be changed because if a woman is working on the street and she has to feed her family for whatever reason, she's the one who gets prosecuted. She's the one who gets the record, not the man. And then she can't even go to victim services after that. Because if you have a record, you have victim services. And there's, I know 5 minutes isn't a lot, but thank you so much for allowing me to speak today. And the late registration, sometimes I need a secretary because I have so many things going on, but I do want to commemorate you guys for taking the time to listen to everybody. And I hope that some of these points get home. Thank you.
Well, thank you for joining us today. We truly appreciate it. And thanks to all of our guests today for sharing your stories and your thoughts. We'll now move to questions from councillors to our speakers. And we'll start with Mayor Sohi.
I'm perfectly fine if Councillor Paquette was. Oh, good. Okay. First of all, I want to convey our deepest appreciation on behalf of all of us, for everyone for being here today and sharing your personal stories with us and reliving that pain and trauma. And I just want to let you know that that we acknowledge that pain, that we hear your voices, and we want to honor your resiliency. So thank you so much for being here today. I do want to get into questions because we want to make sure that we need to do what we need to do as a municipality to move the needle on this important issue. So my questions are to Elder Joanne and Elder Betty. Like I think that's Lloyd's little boy making noise in the background. Right, Lloyd? We saw him on the screen. Lovely kid. You've been connected to city and the work that city has been doing. Just want to know from your perspective the action plan and the steps that city has put together in this report. How do we implement some of those quickly and get some of the results? So you want to get your perspective on that, both from Elder Joanne and Elder Betty.
I am going to ask Betty if she would go answer this first, please.
Hi, thank you. I was sad with the ladies and doing the framework, not only the ladies, but the men. I think what we have to do is, what's really important for me is actually we have this to move forward, this action plan with the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. We have that to move forward with. But I think, and within saying that and all that we've done as a matriarch and as an elder of my community, Keteya, I come wholeheartedly to help and to give voice from my understanding of what that is, because at 9 years old, I found my mother murdered. And then in my 40s, I found my aunt that was murdered. I didn't find her, but the guy is still walking around. So this is so close to my heart. And I talked to many young people who have been exploited, who have been taken away. It does not stop. And I really commend Jamie and Andrea, all of those people that I sit with, the elders, that we come together and have a better understanding with you as our mayor, our councillors. You're the ones that can help us move this forward in all that we can do, making awareness with the red dresses, many other initiatives we can do, and never to forget our men. Somebody brought up a man that was missing. My, first cousin, never seen him for 60 years. He just disappeared. So where is he? My aunt died not knowing where she went. But I think that's really important. And actually, I'm not saying you may not be aware, or when I say aware, I mean the history of where these things come from. How did the Moosehide campaign start? How did the red dress start? Those kinds of things I would like not only myself, but the others to come to you as our leaders and to be able to talk about these things openly and to discuss how can we move forward, and never to forget those speakers that spoke earlier. Of course, we're always First Nations, Métis, Inuit. I'm Métis, I identify as Métis, but when it comes to something like this, the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, it doesn't matter what color we are. Nobody has the right to take our lives. Nobody has a right to take our children's lives, our daughters, our mothers, our aunties, our grandmothers, our uncles, our brothers, all those. They don't have a right to take that. Because then we have to deal, there's another can of worms to that, and that's, racism. Mm-hmm. I've faced racism all my life. And I was just in Lac La Biche this past weekend. And the girl that was murdered there, the horror that happened there. And then prior to that, another one. Who has a right to do this to us? You don't see that on the news. You don't see it continuously. Even the ones that are, our unmarked graves. Again, that's slowly dissipating. Where did it go? It's still happening.
Yeah.
So we need to keep those talks and those awarenesses happening all the time. Your mayor, my mayor, and
Thank you.
the councillors, etc. So
Thank
I
you.
know it went off.
Thank you, Elder Betty, and thank you for your guidance throughout the last number of years. Whenever I relied on you, you were always there to guide me and guide my work. So really appreciate that. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi.
Thank you. So just for my colleagues' awareness, I'm watching the names as they pop up, but not necessarily as they appear in the list. So we'll go to Councillor Paquette next.
Oh, I was ready to answer that question. Okay.
I'll come to you next in the next round because we only have 5 minutes to answer questions. So I'll do a second round. And I'll come back to Elder Saddleback.
Go ahead, Councillor Paquette.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to make sure that I thank Joanne, Betty, April Eve, Chevy, Stephanie, Catherine, Lloyd, and Marilyn. Thank you very much. I know that this is extremely difficult to talk about. And hi for sharing your spirit and your words. I have a few questions, and maybe I'll start with Stephanie because you were a witness to the report. My background is that my mother's family are settlers from Norway, and on my father's side, we're Cree from Good Fish and Métis through the Dumont family line. This is very difficult to talk about because when we talk about missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, we're all talking about family. And I heard during our report that, and during our words today, that we talk about how it took 7 generations to get here and it will take 7 generations to move forward and to heal. And I worry that some people hear that and think, okay, we've got lots of time, that we can take it slow. We've got generations to do this. And so maybe Stephanie, I'm wondering if you can address that. Did we lose Stephanie? In that case, I will go to maybe April Eve. Do you mind talking about that?
I'm sorry, Councillor Paquette, I don't quite understand your question.
Okay, so the question is that there's this idea that because it took 7 generations to get here, it will take 7 generations to heal. And people might think, especially decision makers, like councils and governments, okay, we've got lots of time. The public might say, oh, we've got lots of time. We've got 7 generations to heal. There's no rush. There's no immediate need. We don't have to front load this because we've got literally over 100 years. And I worry that that leads to complacency. And so I'm just wondering, from your perspective, what should governments do? What should we take from this? Should we think that, okay, we've got these 7 generations of time to make change? Or do you think that the need is more urgent and that the action is more urgent? I'm just wondering if you could speak to that, because I don't think a lot of people really understand, even despite the words that are said today, the real crisis, the humanitarian crisis, the slow-moving genocide that is alive today. And I guess I just wanted your thoughts on that.
Thank you. Well, I don't think it's any secret that Indigenous people, we are surviving genocide. We are still surviving this. And, you know, there's been far many more examples of injustice than justice. Even if one of our loved ones that had been murdered, if their case ends up in court, quite often we see the perpetrators responsible walking out of those courtrooms. And I think governments need to be accountable. Governments need to work together and include Indigenous governments in this action, in these actions. Because right now, as we sit here today, there's a family member, there's thousands actually of family members across Turtle Island searching for answers, trying to find out where their loved ones are. And sadly, we know often at this time of year, this is when some of our loved ones' remains are found in wooded areas just outside of Edmonton, like the known dumping grounds in Strathcona County,
I'm gonna run too.
Leduc
Bye.
County.
Thanks. Bye. Bye.
So obviously the families are taking urgent actions, but we need the support of the entire community. This question reminds me a lot, Councillor Paquette, of a common chant we have at our rallies. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. Not tomorrow, not a week from now, not a year from now, not 10 years from now. We need justice now, and we need answers, and we need support. We cannot be complacent any longer, and we must work together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Councillor Tang.
Just want to thank all the speakers for your very powerful stories. At this time, I'm gonna ask Elder Saddleback if you can share your thoughts on the mayor's question earlier. Just want to give you this time to share your answer. Elder Saddleback, are you still there?
I believe I've seen her exit.
Oh no. Okay. Well, we'll catch her later then. And Ms. Weiberg, thank you for, I think, pointing out working with other nations. That was a piece I didn't quite actually see in the report. I guess I'm wondering if Elder Betty is still online. Are you still here? And
I'm here.
oh, great, great. And I guess it's a question for you and actually Lloyd, who walked away from the camera. And I think there's others on the call. You know, you work also with education systems directly. And when it comes to awareness raising, I think that piece is also really important, even though it's probably, it is outside of the jurisdiction of the city. But when you kind of look through some of this action plan and those items, how do you see the city can play a role in supporting what is happening in the education systems when it comes to educating, the younger generation?
From what I see from the education piece, especially from the curriculum and in our classrooms, which I'm starting to go to again, visiting children. And just, I think it'd be good for us as, I'm in the middle, so I'm with the city and I'm with the schools, that there's not a huge gap in the lack of education there at all, from the city, from the framework to the schools. Because everything that we do, for myself, I make sure that I include part of the city because this is where we live on Treaty 6 territory. This is our city, this is our home, and our schools are on this land. And all children should know what our city hall is for, or what does the work of our mayor and councilors. That's an education, I think, that's been going on for a long time, in the summer. And I hope this year, I don't know if we'll have one, but a powwow that, all communities are collaborating. I mean, coming together, and we help each other bring people together, as in powwows, etc. And visitors from the city city as administrators, our mayor, etc., come and visit the children. You know that we can make education, more education tools, education kits, if you will, for our students. You know, those are the generations. This generation. Somebody talked about 7 generation. I'm the 5th generation of this, you know, atrocity, this genocide. And how much more am I going to do? You know, so we're going to start another 7 generation. You know, we got a really good start. And I believe that working together with the city and our education system is so important.
Yeah.
Very important.
Thank you for that. And it sounds like you're really playing that bridge role.
Oh, I do.
And we could probably use more of those bridge roles when it comes to the city and maybe the First Nations and the police service, etc. Thank you for that. Lloyd, did you have anything to add to that?
What was the question? I'm dealing with my toddler.
No worries. No, just the fact that the bridge building to between jurisdictions that could happen more when it comes to awareness, when it comes to addressing safety and security, and when it comes to supporting Indigenous leadership and that resurgence. I guess my point is simply to commend many of you that I know are already doing that work. So thank you.
Yeah, I'd like quickly, like with the 25 seconds that's there, is just once again, education is key, but also, educating the community. And also, from my perspective, like a lot of people really don't know. They know that something's wrong. They know that something's happened. They know that there's a colonial history, that there's an impact there, but yet they don't know where to go from there. That's where everybody gets stuck, right? And I think like it just further people getting together, engagement, meaningful engagement, not so much on Zoom, in person conversations in order to like help everyone to understand this reality. I have people who come up to me and say, I know what's going on in the inner city, or I know what's going on with your people, and truly they don't know. And this is where it comes back to, like, we need that Indigenous voice. We need that authentic, the people of experience, the grassroots people, the people who have lived through this reality, to express those truths, because unless they've lived that or experienced that, then they can't speak on our behalfs.
Yeah.
Right. And I've went over the time, but
no, it's okay. Thank you for that point about having Indigenous voices at the table.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you again to everyone that has shared. And, I always think about stories are so powerful, but how often do we have to hear the story to take action? And I feel like it's so re-traumatizing to people to have to tell that story again and again and again. So I want you to know that from my heart to your heart, I hear you, and you don't need to keep telling me that story for me to take action. So I just want to start with that comment. I have a question specifically for Miss Harp, but she's gone, right? She's left the meeting? Okay, then is Miss Lise still here?
Yes, I am.
Great. So one of the things that you kind of touched on, and it was just very subtle, but something that was so impactful to me in my journey of understanding was around that kind of that bias of the race-based data, and how when often somebody is found deceased, they're classified by the Edmonton Police Service or the RCMP. And often what I learned is that those are misclassifications, that sometimes they're categorized as Hispanic, for example, when they're actually Indigenous. And so I know that this report today talked about kind of that scope of a lot of those recommendations are for police. And we are, kind of two two spheres removed from direct work with Edmonton Police Service, but I think it's really important to dig into that race-based data in terms of creating that movement and that story. And so could you speak to that a little bit, please?
Sure. I think that in order for all of everything, all the action items, all of that, there has to be that first step that you have to take. And they're the ones who are on the scene. They're the ones who are finding the bodies. And yes, the education piece needs to be in there. And I want to tell you a story about, I did Métis elder abuse awareness, like right across the province. And I was doing a presentation in Cold Lake, Alberta. And I asked the chief of police to come up on stage with me in case anybody had any questions about the violence and stuff like that. And we were kind of a little bit delayed, and so we were standing there chatting. And so Cold Lake is a training base for RCMP. And I know this isn't Edmonton City Police, but when they leave Regina and they come to Cold Lake, they're told about the reserves and the settlements around there, and that they go out there and they don't ask questions, they shoot first and ask questions later. So that's the mentality that they're being taught in training before they even get to these municipal centers. So I know we have a Lisa Wolf, who worked with Edmonton City Police, and we released a book called Stories of Métis Women, Tales My Cookum Told Me, and she talks about the racism and all of that she had to endure. And she took an early retirement because of that was within the Edmonton Police Department. So I think education is key. If we don't have data to back us up when we're going to the province or to the federal government to say, we need this funding, we need this education, we need to remove these barriers for Indigenous people coming into the city, we need that data. And if we don't have it, then we don't have a ground to stand on, or a leg to stand on. And so education is key, getting in there with the people who are hands-on, who come up to the scene, and they need to be validated, because it's just like, oh, like the Joyce in the Quebec hospital, right? Oh, all you're good for is just drinking and having babies, right? So that mentality has to change, that we need to validate Métis, First Nations, and Inuit people as Canadians, and their lives matter just as much as any other middle class or any other person living in the city of Edmonton. Regardless if they're on the street or wherever they live, that they're people too. And so you have this whole detective agency, but who do they investigate? Whose murders do they investigate? It's not the missing and murdered. Like, even in the court system, look at the Gladue case, so we have to start there. We have to start somewhere, and a baby step. And I think starting with those that have hands-on it would be a great first step to take.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate that answer. And again, all of you for your time and being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, good morning. And I certainly echo my colleagues' appreciation for each and every one of you coming today and sharing your stories. Certainly incredibly important information for us to hear. So thank you, each of you. I think what I heard most clearly as a theme was the importance of actions and not just words. So that's something I take to heart, and the questions that I have of our administration and city staff will certainly be focusing on how we can be taking more concrete action. I do want to follow up with Ms. Saddleback. You spoke really beautifully just about those early years and the importance of the work of raising our children. I noticed in the report, there wasn't much discussion around childcare and the role that could potentially play to this end. So wondering if there have been conversations that you've been involved with around the place for childcare, for supporting all Indigenous families, but particularly women. Oh, and if she's not there, I'd be very happy to hear from one of the other speakers.
Yeah, I do believe she's gone. It's Marilyn. Um, so within the Métis Nation of Alberta, whom I also work for, we have we call it a reunification program, so that if the child is taken into care and the mom has come out and she's wanting to rebuild her life, so we have this apartment building where the child and the mom are brought back together. There's programs there, there's cookums there that help her bring back her parenting skills, and they can stay in the program for up to 2 years. And once they've graduated, let's say, they then get to take all of the furniture and stuff that's in the apartment in the reunification program to start their life all over again. So we really believe, that bringing that childcare and healing the mom, because within the Métis Nation of Alberta and within the Métis Nation, our roles have changed over the years, but we were the keepers of the family. We played a very important role within the community and looking after the children. And as New Dawn too, that's our motto, is so that we can pass on our culture and traditions down to our children, so that they continue to know where they come from and where they're going as a person. So I hope that kind of answers your question, or no.
Oh yes, certainly. I mean, I think the work of reunification is so fundamental, and also thinking of maybe some of that preventative support. So again, parents who are maybe under pressure to have accessible, affordable, Indigenous-led childcare to help hopefully prevent the children from being removed up front is maybe something we can also explore as a community. But really appreciate that response.
Yeah. Well, that according to us, the residential school just turned into the 60 scoop, and then the 60 scoop turned into child welfare.
Yeah.
Because I can tell you stories of one young girl, they came and took her children away from her just because her ex-boyfriend, who was violent and was addicted to drugs, got out of prison. And she didn't get back with him or anything. They just went and took the babies because there was that potential of getting him going back there. So yeah, I think child welfare is a system that needs to be overloaded and re-looked at again. And I know, because probably 90% of children in care are First Nations, Métis, or Inuit. And unfortunately, when they get released, when they're 16, 17, they have no place to go. And for Métis women, it's even more difficult because they don't have an identity. They get, if they're incarcerated, there's nothing that's Métis specific for them. So they lose their identity, they lose who they are as an individual. And then when you go out onto the street, and that's a lot of our missing and murdered Indigenous women, are these girls coming out of care, and they have no place to go because they have no identity.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I certainly agree with the need for reform in that area. Maybe just quickly, Mr. Cardinal, I really appreciate your comment that that people die by poverty as well. It's a really systemic issue. We're going to be speaking later about safe consumption and decriminalization. I was wondering if you could maybe speak to the drug poisoning crisis in terms of that, how that fits into this conversation, if you have any thoughts on that.
I have time to answer now.
Yeah, please go ahead, Lloyd. That's fine.
Okay. Well, like you're talking about harm reduction, right? And safe consumption, and like I have my opinion on that and stuff, but I'll just give it. It's for me, I understand, just give me a sec here. I understand that I used to work in harm reduction, and I used to give clean needles and supplies in inner city organizations to our people. And you know what? I really questioned myself about that because of our culture, because of our spirituality and our way. I also understand that keeps them from getting a sickness, right, from their drug abuse and the usage of drugs. But excuse me, my boy, please. No, hey, excuse me, no, hey, no, just one sec, sorry. And my point being that with that is that I questioned myself giving them clean supplies because it went against my morals, right? And I do understand why they do it. But see, like, I noticed that a lot of organizations only focus on Indigenous people in the physical, right? So meaning that they provide clean needles, they provide clothing, they work towards housing, they provide everything in the physical. And when you're dealing with Indigenous people, you have to acknowledge them as who they are. Newu Inowak, mind, body, spirit, and emotion. And, you know, even Western mental health can be offensive to Indigenous people, and it doesn't have a big impact on them, because a lot of the issues that you're dealing with within the city, in the inner city, are mental health issues, and they're due to trauma and that history, that intergenerational impact that has taken place. As long as you work with Indigenous people only in the mind and the mental part of the wheel, and then in like a little bit of the the physical, right? And you leave out the spiritual and the emotional, you'll never have balance. And when I was working within the organizations, we were not allowed to use the spiritual aspect. We were not allowed to talk about creator or anything, because that's what the organization within their policy said. And see, from my perspective, that's not working with our people in balance. That you have to open a door so that they can come home through our culture and through our ceremonies and through whatever it takes in order to bring them back. And I'm not saying that we're going to sit there and save everyone, but that opportunity needs to be there for them when it like when it comes about. Last thing, like I'll just say is that I've actually seen the culture work with people on our streets, our people, and I've seen it bring them out of that lifestyle. And a lot of them, they will tell you themselves that it's culture that keeps them on a good and straight path. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I want to thank you all taking time to come here and to share your story. Those type of story actually get into my heart. And for me to say this, before I ask a question, I would like to say, share my very personal observation. So I hiking everywhere almost across our city. And then in some hiking trail, besides some hiking trail, I constantly see our murdered women and missing girls' pictures. Even before I become counselor, I was wondering. And then when I saw those pictures, I actually feel like heartbreak. And because their mom, their daughter, and then their life. And so I was wondering, and what type of actions or programs and we have to protect them. And so after I become counselor, and this question still in my mind, but today, and then we got opportunity to discuss this. I just still want to ask the question, and then from your community and your governance, and then is there any specific safety program? And then I would like Echo and Mayor Sohi's question, how we can, as a city, to support a safety program and align with your history and your culture, and also your spirit and lifestyle, and actually to prevent this type of things happen again. So I would like to look at from prevention perspective. And because every life, every missing woman, murdered woman is a life, we don't want to see that happen again? So that is my question.
Councillor Rice, did you have someone in particular you'd like to address your question?
No, I think that any speakers can answer this question. Specifically, I just want, I support and believe that yes, education is the key. On the other hand, do we have specific safety program that align with all these factors I mentioned and actually suitable and for you community and to prevent all those women and girls?
If I may answer Councillor Rice's question, I think this is a little bit broader than like a specific safety program, but there's a definite need for a space, a safer space for Indigenous people to gather, and we don't seem to have a facility where we can gather together to heal, to educate, to share and celebrate our very diverse, rich culture. I know even for those of us that plan the marches and the rallies and the vigils, quite often we're scrambling for space. We had our 10th annual Stolen Sisters and Brothers walk here at City Hall back in 2017. And although, yes, we had a space to gather, we were not allowed because of policy to bring our signs of our missing and murdered loved ones into the facility. We were told that if we were going to have an elder do the prayer ceremony, that if there was any traditional medicines being burned, that we would have to pay an additional, I think it was like a $300 fee, so that an electrician could be contracted and brought into City Hall to turn off the ventilation system. So it's just things like that. And I mean, there are existing facilities within the city that, for example, the old Royal Alberta Museum, that could provide an amazing space to gather and to educate and to heal. And not only would we have that indoor space, but also an outdoor space where we could have our ceremonies and our sweat lodges and our cultural activities and ceremonies. So I think definitely, though, specific safety programs are needed. Some of them exist, but some of them don't. For example, programs that are Indigenous-led, family member and survivor-led, like human trafficking and sexual exploitation awareness and prevention, which is one of the many factors into this human rights crisis. I'll end with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, I want to thank each and every one of our speakers for taking the time to share your lived experience and your expertise with us today. Like my colleagues, you have my deepest gratitude and a commitment to action. So I want to direct my question to Lloyd Cardinal. You know, I think we heard about the need for inclusive and culturally appropriate housing and shelter, where folks feel like they belong and they're safe. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit more about that. I know that in your previous answer, you talked about sort of the importance of having culturally appropriate mental health supports as well. And housing and shelter seems like a pretty significant gap in our city right now. And oftentimes our approach can end up harming Indigenous peoples, women and girls in particular, gender diverse community members. Could you comment on that?
I can give you my understanding of it. I don't believe that there's any quick fix to this reality. That this has been going on for generations, and for some of these issues and these realities that we face as Indigenous people, yeah, there's not a lot of like quick answers. I do want to say that Indigenous homelessness and that reality, like it doesn't always have anything to do with a physical home, like a physical place, like a place of like an address. A lot of the times it has to do with that loss of identity, that loss of culture, and you know, the reality is that Indigenous people are mourning their identity, and that's the reality. Like you can put them in a physical place, but they'll never be home, right? And at the same time, like how, you know, Indigenous people, a lot of the times, like within the inner city, it's like the gathering of the nations. There's many different Indigenous groups in the center of the city, and then many of them are facing poverty and that reality because of not being able to stay within their bands or their settlements or their reservations because of the reality that poverty exists there. So they come to the city and then they're marginalized, like pushed to the center of the city, pushed to the limits, and we see what takes place there. You know, it's also acknowledging that a lot of Indigenous people don't necessarily want to be housed. They want to live the way that they live. And, you know, at the same time, in community, they need to know about our people that you can't always fit everyone in a nice, neat, tidy box, in a sense that like they are a part of this community instead of being looked at as a problem within our community, and that, you know, they're going to be there. And like I don't know how long you of an answer you want, but I tie this even to the gentrification that's taking place, like in the ICE district, and the dichotomy that exists there. Potential organizations receiving new buildings and being moved other places when Indigenous people look at those places as their home. But unless you're beginning, like, unless you're willing to work with Indigenous people in the reality that, like, that in the mind, the body, the spirit, and the emotion, there will always be imbalance with those people. Like, and at the same time, you know, there's people that have researched this kind of stuff. I can suggest his name. I've had the opportunity to meet him. I also have Métis background, and he is a Métis gentleman himself, Jesse Thistle, and he wrote a paper on Indigenous homelessness, and he talks about how Indigenous people mourn their identity and Wako and all those things that were mentioned within that that document there that was shown earlier by the slides. You know, it's Indigenous people need their identity, they need their roots, and they need that in all four aspects of that wheel. And I'll just stop there because it's another conversation some other place for some other time. So thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for that answer. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. So starting the second round, Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is Elder Saddleback on available, Jamie, or has she left?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Actually, Elder Joanne had to leave for another meeting.
Okay.
Our elders are very busy, but we still have Elder Betty here as
Okay.
well.
No, thank you. I did have a question for her. I think I'm sitting here kind of struggling to figure out, like, even the structure of our meetings itself speaks to the that colonial kind of structure in a way that not really conducive for heartfelt storytelling and conversation. Maybe that's something that we need to revisit. So I just wanted to get her thoughts on that as well, and also, like, what can we do immediately. But I'll follow up with her offline. But this is something that I think we should. Maybe we'll ask that to administration later on. Something we need to figure out, having a more atmosphere of meetings where there's ability for dialogue and storytelling, and not be constrained by the clock, right? Which we are by not by anybody's fault, but this is the structure that we have, right? So something to revisit. No, that's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So one of the questions I have, and unfortunately I can't see who all is with us, but maybe I'll go to Elder Betty. We know the province is also coming out with a report, and we've seen government reports, we've seen government approaches to this issue, and just from your perspective, just your gut feeling in advance of the report, understanding that you haven't seen it and you have no way of knowing, but just based on past history, does your gut feeling say that whatever they come out with is going to be enough?
No, Councillor Paquette. I've seen so many of these reports and they come up with a new report and on and on and on. How many years have I waited for these reports and somebody to actually say, okay, this is a report we're getting. Now we're really going to act on it. So with that report, where's the action?
Yeah.
For me,
So-
that's really sad because it gets shelved somewhere.
Right. So here we are, and we know that levels of government always pass this sort of issue off to each other again and again. Everyone's saying it's not my responsibility or we've done enough. Obviously, the we've done enough it should be playing out in our communities, and it's not. So what is the opportunity that Edmonton has right now? I mean, we're sitting here talking about this right now. We've got a council who I think cares about this issue. What is our opportunity as far as Canada goes?
Well, I think as a city in Canada, I think it's time we did action. It's time we took that within ourselves. Each one of us is responsible, whether we're First Nations, Métis, Inuit, Black, Red, Blue, however they put those acronyms on us. We have to take ownership of that because your children, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, all your children, what kind of future do we want to leave them? Do we want to have this in another 10 years and say, oh, yeah, but didn't we just talk about 10 years ago? What have we done? Think about the children. Think about those young ones. I've taken upon myself, not waiting on any government, but thank you to the city who has helped me work with leadership, young children from grade 9 into grade 12. And Mr. Paquette, I'll tell you right now, there's 12 of them at university. One is going to be graduating. These are the children that were so marginalized. They were not going to be given an opportunity to go to high school. They went to high school. You know where they put them from grade 9 to grade 10? K&E. They didn't learn anything. The young boys, another girl, they all came and said, we don't want to be in that program. It's learning and disabilities. So they wanted to be in a real class. So they went back to a regular class and they excelled. They took another year of high school and they're doing so well. One of them is becoming an engineer. So that is my responsibility. This is what I have done on my own. And thank you to the city's support. I will continue to do that, but we are all responsible. I want to be an ancestor like my ancestors previously, continue with that resilience, that endurance, because nothing can hurt me now. But be careful. We don't have to look too far for history to repeat itself. Look what's happening in the Ukraine. We have to always be mindful of those things. Let's take action now. Let's listen to the young people we've been listening to. And there's thousands more. Let's do that. For our city, this is my home and always be my home. So with that, I will, say thank you. And I'm so honored to have been here this morning. But children, earlier, the mayor asked me about education, or somebody asked me about education. That's where I work. That's where I take my work. And I educate the children. I can educate the teachers, but it's the children that grasp that. all children. So again, I humbly thank you all. Iksimaka. And it's a beautiful spring day. First, day of spring yesterday. That's when we call our new year. Our new year begins now, not in January when it's 50, but look, we have to start now. So with that, I ask you think about the questions, and whatever it is I said, if you don't remember it, leave it. Just leave it. It's just words. But let's do something. Let's make each other proud. Let's work together. Let's continue with this journey. Iksimaga, upsis, hi.
Tapoy, hi.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. Just drawing on Elder Betty's comments about taking action. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are in attachment 1 of our administration's report on the actions and priorities that are being looked at. Are they adequate if we actually do implement them?
Actions? Are you asking me? Is that me?
Yes, yeah. So administration has outlined some short and mid and long-term priorities.
Yes, I think they're in line with what we're speaking about today. But always remember, actions speak louder than what's on paper. That's all I have to say about that. And we must work together. Thank you, Joanne, Counselor. Be working together. Let's, like I said, I hope to see in my lifetime some of what I have seen up to 74 years now. I hope I get some, I see the light at the end of the tunnel, but I want to be able to see more and say, yes, they can go now. It's us older ones, kehteya, we say. I don't call myself an elder, I call myself a kehteya. We will lead them there. The young people will take over. Those ones at the university, they're going to take over my work. So those actions are going to speak louder, but we must not forget them. Never forget them.
Okay, well, that gives us hope that there are those that are going to take over your work as well too, and help lead this then. I'm just wondering, is there anybody else that might have comments on the priorities that have been put forward through our administration on the actions to be taken?
Thank you, Councillor Wright, if I may. Definitely, Mayor and Council expect an updated petition to come your way. It was presented to the past regime. It was a call to ban all hate symbols for the city, so ban the public display, if you will. This one is specific to the Confederate flag. We have a petition right now. We have over 12,000 signatures. We're certainly not the only community in Canada calling for a ban of that specific hate symbol, but do expect something coming your way very soon. Thank you.
And I do have 2 minutes left of my time if anybody else wants to comment.
I'd just like to advocate for the importance of Indigenous Culture and Wellness Center within our city. I know that we're taking steps towards that with the city, but just acknowledging the importance of a place for healing, to begin a healing process with the many diverse Indigenous nations that exist around the city of Edmonton. Once again, acknowledging that there's 48 First Nations in our province, right? I think that, Indigenous people working towards their own autonomy is key in solving a lot of these issues, because we'd have that ability to reconnect people with their culture, their identity, and their roots through the work. Indigenous Culture and Wellness Center is it's not just about a physical building. It's about land and that reconnection to the land. I've sat in some circles with elders who gave teachings about the land and they said that a lot of the Indigenous youth will not be able to reconnect with their culture, their identity, and their roots without land. Land is key in reconnection. And there was a mentioning earlier of the old Royal Alberta Museum and interest. There's been conversations about that. It's still kind of up in the air, but that was coming from the voice of the Indigenous community that is facing that reality of poverty, but also the old mayor. And I think Treaty 6, some First Nations chiefs had conversations about it, but it's something that's been in the air. And it like, for me, it's in the process. We need to find that location, that place with land, so that we can begin the work of bringing our people together, and then the healing of our people. And like, one of the things that we advocated for with the last city council was Indigenous owned, Indigenous run, and Indigenous operated. But at the same time, understanding who Indigenous people are, like that, you know, multiculturalism is a Indigenous concept, that we are people of the medicine wheel, that this would be a place where all people gather. And the last thing I'll quickly say, in British Columbia, the Indigenous nations that were there, they were given land, they were given the opportunity to create a community. And guess what? The community that they created is the community that everyone goes to now. Because when you give Indigenous people an opportunity and they are given something, they will make it awesome for all people. And I just like to express that. Thank you.
And that's inclusive of other non-Indigenous people as well that go there?
Exactly. That's what I just, yeah. It's like multiculturalism is an Indigenous concept. And, you know, people of the medicine wheel, that means all people, all nations. And yeah, like, I assume sometimes that everyone knows Indigenous ways of knowing and being. But yes, like, all people, all nations. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And it looks like we're on the right track if we just put it all into action. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. With your indulgence, I have one more set of questions. I appreciate your patience. So maybe I'll move over to Marilyn. You know, and I think Lloyd touched on this really well, and that is that there's not just one Indigenous identity. And sometimes I worry that these conversations get mired or get, they don't reach clarity, because the view, I think, oftentimes is that the Indigenous people are one solid block of people, when in reality there are various cultures and various systems of governance. And the reason I want to ask you about this is because, you know, one thing that we don't often reference in this is the Métis as well. And so I'm just wondering if you can speak to that, because people don't know Canadian history. They don't know, and it's not their fault. It's because it wasn't taught in school. There was an absolutely horrible, I guess, PR campaign from the government of Canada to keep people ignorant, to keep them uninformed, so that myths and lies, destructive ones, could be brought forward so that things wouldn't have to change structurally. And an example I'll give you is that the Métis were a road allowance people, that they had no home, that they were treated like dogs. And so I'm just wondering if we could get your perspective on that, because it's almost like you need a PhD to unravel all of the deceptions and misconceptions that exist.
Yes, and that's a very, very good point. When we talk about today, to this day, it's 2022, and we had to fight through the court system to prove to Canada that we were a people, that we were a distinct nation of people who were here. And you're right there. I personally hate the word Indigenous, because to me, that's just a colonized word that the federal government is calling the first peoples of this country. Each First Nation, like Lloyd said, is different. They have different practices, they have different beliefs, and spirituality and ceremony. Whereas you're right, the Métis, we had to live in hiding. We were forgotten. We were a political football kicked back and forth. And so what I do when I go out and do the Métis 101, for lack of a better term, I emphasize on culture, and because if you don't understand the people that you're working with, if you don't understand their culture, where they come from, and it doesn't matter how many programs and services that you create for them, if it's a pan-Indigenous approach, it's not going to work. It's not going to work in a Métis community, and it's not going to work in a First Nations community. And you're right, that is something that it is so hard to get people to understand. And so I try to encourage people not to use the word Indigenous. There are 3 Aboriginal peoples in Canada. They're First Nations, Métis, and Inuit. And that's the term I use so that when I am doing a presentation, people understand that we're not all the same. Everybody is different. And it is a very, very important rule. And it is up to us to educate people. I know when I first came back to the Métis Nation, I was like, how could people not know the country, the history in their own country? And how could they not know who we are? But it's because we had to stay hidden, because we were kicked around, and it's up to us to tell our story. And so now we are going out, we're telling our story. We are the Métis. These are the things that we had to struggle through. These are our practices, our cultures, our traditions, our ceremonies and our prayers. And yes, it's a very, very important issue. And we need to continue to tell our story so that people understand we're all different and yet we're all the same. Thanks.
Thank you, Marcy.
Well, thank you. I believe that concludes questions to our speakers. So once again, we thank all of you very much for coming and sharing your experiences and for continuing this conversation. As someone said earlier, we know how trying this is for you to come back and often repeat the personal experiences and the personal stories that you share with us, and how trying that is. So we thank you very much for your time and your energy and your patience with us as we try to thread our way through to solutions here. We'll turn to questions of administration. Just a couple of housekeeping items. There is a desire to requisition this item to council. So should that happen, there will be an opportunity to ask further questions at council. So perhaps keep that in mind. Moving to this afternoon, and to those that are on the meeting that are waiting to speak to the other items, I'm going to ask that we consider cross-referencing 6.2 and 6.3. There is a significant overlap in speakers registered to speak on those 2 items. So we'll maybe try to do that. But that will leave item 7.1 for later in the afternoon. My guess is probably when we reconvene at 3:45. So if you're waiting to speak on that item, you might manage your time forward accordingly. I'll go to questions to administration on this item now. Mayor Sohi.
Okay, so just from a time constraint point of view, should we just requisite it to council? Because we only have 5 minutes now before we break, and we have the whole number of council members.
Yeah, I'm not sure that message was heard. So if we requisition this to council and we have conversations there, that will avoid people waiting around until 1:30 to continue the conversation here. But I do see lots of people registering to speak.
Yeah.
So what's the pleasure of committee? Do you want to go into the afternoon here on this item, or wait till we get to council?
I think let's get to council, because then we can, because another idea I want to ask Andre about is that, because of the complexity of this issue and the emotions involved and the councils, everyone is here today. All council members are here. I know council agendas are very busy, right? And we're always thinking about getting through the agenda, and this conversation that requires very kind of thoughtful, slow kind of approach in a way that maybe if there's a time for us to actually figure out a date next week, I know schedule is busy, maybe having a special council meeting or a half-day council meeting on this issue. Something to think about, but we can refer this to a regular council meeting at this time. And if schedule allows, maybe figure out it's a different time.
Yeah, we can look at that, Your Worship, and we've got an ARC tomorrow morning. We could discuss that, so.
Yeah.
Well, if we refer it to council today, then it goes to the next council meeting, which I believe is April
4th.
Thank you. Which would preclude something tomorrow. So if we might need a different, can we refer this to Agenda Review Committee and have,
Yes.
and do it that way? I'm asking the clerk.
Oh, sorry.
Is there the
I'm
keeper
sorry.
of
I'm
the-
sorry.
Of the law.
Sorry.
I believe so, yes.
Is that okay? Yeah. Now, I don't necessarily want to lose all our speakers here either, and they're all here kind of today and would be perhaps willing to continue the conversation after lunch. So I'm sensitive to that as well. I don't want to cut anybody off at all. I do see one of our speakers trying to catch my attention. I'm going to go to April. Eve, if you have a comment, maybe on behalf of our contingent.
Thank you, and I promise this won't take much time. I just wanted to acknowledge and say thank you for putting this on your agenda, top of the morning. I believe when we had this presentation, was it 2 years ago? It was actually moved towards the end of the agenda, and that wasn't it wasn't very well received by the community. So I just want to personally say thank you for putting this at the top. And I also just want to acknowledge Councillor Paquette. He had actually designed one of our posters for one of our walks many years ago. So thank you for that. And also thank you to Mayor Sohi, who was one of our speakers when he was in council for the city. So I just want to make that acknowledgement and thank you.
Well, thank you for those comments. I'm going to suggest we break for lunch. No, we've got to tell people if we have to make sure our speakers know what we're doing. I'm sorry, I'm at a bit of a quandary. I'm not sure if we should continue this today simply because we have people here today, or if we should requisition or refer this to ARC to continue the conversation between council and admin.
Can we ask Jamie how many people are on there?
I can.
Yeah.
Well, we can see how many are still here, I think.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I think we only have 2 of our community speakers here now, so
Okay.
I think people probably have other things they have to get to.
So do you think it's a problem if we continue our conversation another day?
I think that would be okay.
That's right, okay. Okay, then I'll take a motion then to refer this item to ARC tomorrow morning, and we'll figure it out there.
So move.
Oh, Councillor Paquette, did you have a comment?
Nope, that's exactly what I was going to recommend.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so it's been Mayor Sohi has moved that we refer this item to Agenda Review Committee tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Please vote.
It's just coming up.
Are we okay then? That's okay, Madam Clerk? We're outside here?
I will double check offline, but I believe so.
Okay. If there's anything we have to change, we'll come back at 1:30 and change it. Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you. We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Thanks, everyone, for your patience while we figured that out. So we'll start again at 1:30. We will hear the admin presentations on 6.2 and 6.3. Then we'll move to speakers on both items in a panel. Questions of speakers, questions of admin, and then to item 7.1. And again, item 7.1 is likely to be at about 3:45, give or take.
Just confirming, we're seeking unanimous consent for the cross-referencing.
Point of order.
Just a second. That's to committee. Do we need to vote on that? Maybe we'll put that to a vote then.
Yeah, if possible.
Okay, let's, I'll move that we cross-reference 6.2 and 6.3. Yeah, but that's not from a committee member. Display the vote.
In favor.
Thank you. We have 5 votes.
There was no opportunity to speak before that item was voted on. Am I not allowed to speak even though I'm not a committee member?
Well, we're just trying to get through the agenda, Councillor Rutherford. There will be an opportunity to, there's no opportunities lost. We're just trying to be expedient with speaker time and speaker questions. Otherwise, we're into 2 panels and this meeting can't finish today.
Yeah, I understand that, but I just worry that people have signed up and they might have different perspectives on those 2 items. So we've now limited them from what they would have anticipated 10 minutes to 5 minutes of the public time speaking. So as long as that concern is out there, I just wanted to be able to vocalize that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be a little easier on, otherwise I'm going to have to really restrict time for everyone to try to get through 2 20-person panels. And that simply won't happen this afternoon. So I won't be, don't have to be as hard on individual persons' times if they can speak to both items at once. But there is considerable overlap in the two panels. Thank you. We'll pick up again at 1:30. Well, let's get busy. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll call the March 21st meeting of the Community and Public Services Committee back to order and do a quick roll call of committee members. First of all, Councillor Jans.
Here.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Mayor Sohi. Okay, Mayor Sohi may join us as he's available. I see we have some other councillors with us. Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
Hello, Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Do you have any snappy opening like Councillor Knack does? Councillor Rutherford?
Sorry.
Yeah, you have to work on your that.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Good afternoon.
And I think that's all I see on my romper room looking glass. So we're moving into item 6.2 and 6.3 together. So I'm going to suggest we get both presentations from administration. I believe there's a presentation on each. And then we will move to our panel of speakers. I don't see anybody in the room from admin, so I'm not sure who's taking the reins at this point.
Councillor Cartmel, it's Gord Sebrick. We'll queue up the presentations, and then we have a number of the team online as well.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Sebrick. Please go ahead.
Just getting the presentation up. It's glitching a little bit on our end.
Okay, just bear with us while we get all the tech to talk to each other properly. I think we're good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson, committee members, members of council. We're here this afternoon to provide two presentations, the aerial mosquito program, additional information update, as well as the alternate landscape options for boulevards and turf. So we will start with the aerial mosquito program update. So on December 17th, 2021, during the review of the 2022 supplementary budget adjustment, Council motion for administration to reinstate the budget for the aerial mosquito control on an ongoing basis with funding from financial strategies, subject to a report providing additional information on the program. The intent of this report is to summarize the information on the aerial mosquito program, its recent history, and to answer questions from Council and Public Services Committee. With me this afternoon are Phil Harrott, our Director of Infrastructure Operations, as well as Travis Kennedy, the General Supervisor of Open Space Operations, and Mike Jenkins, our Pest Management Coordinator and our resident mosquito control program expert. Next slide, please. Effective pest management is an important service provided by the city. While there has been no specific recent public engagement regarding the use of aerial mosquito control efforts within Edmonton at this time, Edmontonians have been clear that they value the enjoyment of the outdoors during warmer months of the year. This enjoyment is affected by the presence of nuisance insects, most notably mosquitoes. We have more than 30 native species of mosquito in the Edmonton area. The City of Edmonton has had a mosquito control program since 1974, and that program was developed in conjunction with the University of Alberta. The aerial program is a part of Edmonton's approach to mosquito control. The overall program targets nuisance biting mosquitoes in order to increase livability for residents and visitors in the summer season and to help improve the enjoyment of the outdoors. The annual aerial program funding of $507,000 was eliminated as part of the 2020 fall supplementary operating budget adjustment in order to achieve no tax increase for 2021 and to ease the financial impacts of the pandemic on citizens. In May of 2021, the $507,000 budget was reinstated for the aerial program on a one-time basis for the treatments in summer of 2021. The rationale was the anticipation of wet weather and the expectation that more Edmontonians would be spending time outdoors due to the COVID restrictions. On December 17th, 2021, a council motion directed administration to reinstate the budget for the aerial mosquito control program on an ongoing basis with funding from financial strategies, subject to a report, that being this report, to provide additional information on the program. I'll now pass the presentation over to Phil Harrott, who will share some additional information about the aerial mosquito program, as well as to address any questions the council may have that were received during the 2022 budget.
Thank you, Gord. Next slide, please. The city's mosquito control program is planned and delivered in accordance with Integrated Pest Management, IPM, Policy C501A. The city also has an Integrated Pest Management Advisory Group with a mandate to provide strategic advice on integrated pest management issues, including recommendations to administration about integrated pest management and facilitating public perspective on IPM issues. Treatments are focused on the control of mosquito larvae instead of the adults, as this is the safest, most effective, and environmentally friendly strategy with Edmonton's climate and available pest control products. Adult control of mosquitoes is only used where transmission of disease is the primary concern and is rarely practiced here. Plus, adult control insecticides available for use in Canada are generally dispersed over a wide and often residential areas, affects a large number of insects, including beneficial ones, and have the potential to affect birds and mammals. They are also less effective in our cooler temperatures, further making this type of control undesirable for Edmonton. Next slide, please. The program consists of both aerial and ground-based treatments targeting temporary and semi-permanent bodies of water, not permanent bodies of waters like lakes, rivers, permanent wetlands, or reservoirs. The aerial program focuses on temporary water bodies and open fields within agricultural land surrounding the city and extending into counties under agreements with Parkland, Leduc, Strathcona, and Sturgeon County, as well as the Enoch Cree Nation and the city of Beaumont. This approach has a broad impact on the whole city by proactively reducing the number of mosquitoes that will migrate into the city. Following a rainfall, there can be an estimated 15,000 to 20,000 temporary water bodies that form within the aerial program treatment area. Each water body can support hundreds of thousands of developing mosquito larvae. A single campaign of aerial treatment can result in the reduction of hundreds of millions of mosquitoes. Complementary roadside ditch and ground program targets similar temporary aquatic habitats along roads, in parks, and ravines within the city. Sherwood Park, Strathcona County, also has some limited ground application within their region, but most other municipalities no longer have a program since the provincial funding was eliminated in the 2000s. Next slide, please. Sorry. There are a limited number of products available for mosquito control in Canada, all of which are approved and strictly regulated by the Health Canada Pest Management Regulatory Agency. In use in small quantities since 1980, in 2016, Edmonton's mosquito control program shifted to primarily using larvicides containing BTI, Bacillus thuringiensis israelis. Proteins from this naturally occurring soil bacteria are carried on granular ground core material, which is then applied to temporary water bodies containing the larvae. Products contained in this selective fly gut toxin, which is ingested by the larvae once the protein goes into the water, are the most effective for the Edmonton aerial mosquito species and conditions without impacting non-target species. And the picture in the upper right of this slide is the product. Products are applied by or under the supervision of certified pesticide applicators in a targeted fashion by ground and aerial methods consistent with product label requirements and federal and provincial regulations. Collectively, these regulations set out requirements for the application rate, timing, frequency, methods, meteorological conditions, application restrictions, and health and safety measures. Aerial application by helicopter is carried out using tanks and application booms at low altitude directly over temporary water bodies without treating large areas, which would be unnecessary, ineffective, and wasteful. Meteorological conditions are carefully monitored and application occurs only with certain limits in order to follow for complete and even coverage to minimize the risk of product drifting off target. To reiterate, larvicides are applied in a very targeted manner, whether by ground or air. Ground applications are done by backpack, hand, or truck booms. Area applications are done at low altitude, specifically to temporary water bodies, just as the ground program. We do not treat lakes, rivers, or drinking water reservoirs. The city monitors mosquito populations, developmental stage, and environmental conditions for the appropriate product use and application timing, as well as monitoring the impact of applications on mosquito populations, larvae and adult, and other aquatic non-target organisms. This monitoring has shown us that aquatic biodiversity has rebounded compared to levels prior 2015 when broad spectrum larvicides were used. Next slide, please. The aerial program provides approximately 50% of the efficacy of the mosquito control program. Without the aerial program, the expectation is mosquito populations would double within the core of Edmonton and even more in the surrounding areas. Mosquito numbers largely depend on wet conditions. A wet or dry spring or summer will have a significant impact on the number of mosquitoes. Budget reflects the cost expectation for an average year. Helicopter time is one variable, but even though larvicides and fuels are purchased in bulk and stored, the largest variable is still larvicides. Dry years may use about $250,000 worth of product, where wet years may use $750,000 or more. The amount of $507,000 to be reinstated includes the helicopter contract, fuel, and pesticides used for the treatment. This budget amount has been the same for approximately a decade. It's anticipated that the continued budget of $507,000 would support 2 aerial campaigns per season, as opposed to conducting a more ideal 3 or 4 campaigns. The table shows a comparison of costs and treatment changes over time. It should be noted that if administration were to conduct 3 to 4 treatment campaigns per year, the required funding would be more realistic at $1.22 million annually, including larvicide, helicopter, and fuels. Next slide, please. The aerial program is a crucial part of Edmonton's approach to the mosquito control, which targets nuisance biting mosquitoes in order to increase the livability for our residents and visitors in our short summer season. Edmonton's mosquito control program uses targeted biologically derived control products, is scientifically based, and carefully designed and executed and monitored to help ensure that pesticides are used judiciously and appropriately to minimize the risk and maximize value for residents and visitors. Based on a motion made December 2021, Council must release the approved funding from abeyance in order for administration to deliver the program. We are recommending the following: that Community and Public Services Committee recommend to Council that the $507,000 in ongoing funding starting in 2022 to restore the aerial mosquito program to 2020 levels, which is currently held in abeyance with the financial strategies, be released. Although the ideal state for an effective mosquito control program would be to have 3 or 4 aerial campaigns budgeted and carried out each year, reinstatement of the previous $507,000 annual budget would still provide an average of 2 campaigns and contribute significantly to controlling mosquitoes in Edmonton's area in an average year. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. We will now move on to our next presentation for the alternate landscape options for boulevards and turf. This afternoon, we'll be presenting on our alternative landscape options for boulevards and turf. This is in conjunction with the information report that has been provided to committee and council. After a temporary decrease in turf mowing cycles related to budgetary pressures associated with the start of the pandemic, on July 6, 2020, council made a motion to increase the number of turf mowing cycles back to 2019 service levels. At the same meeting, council asked a variety of questions about permaculture, gardening, naturalization, wildflowers, and other alternatives to traditional turf grass maintenance. A motion was made that administration provide a report on options to transform boulevards and turf with low-maintenance permaculture plantings and further low-maintenance beautification, diversification, and cost savings efforts, both the short, medium, and long term. In response to this motion, administration is sharing information on existing initiatives and programs that incorporate lower maintenance or alternative landscape treatments to traditional turf mowing, as well as 5 alternative landscape treatments that have been further explored in more detail, specifically naturalization, low-growing alternatives to turf grass, urban farming, artificial turf grass, and permaculture. This review also includes estimated costs, savings, benefits, as well as expenditures and other considerations. With me for this presentation, we have Phil Harrott again, as well as Travis Kennedy, and joining us is also Nicole Fraser, our General Supervisor of Operations, Planning and Monitoring. I'll now turn the presentation back to Phil to take you through the options for turf.
Thank you, Gord. One of the key activities that enhances the beauty of our city is the proper and regular maintenance of Edmontonians' boulevards and turf assets. This work not only aids in the beautification of the Edmonton's landscape, but also contributes to the health and safety of users in these spaces. City beautification and greening initiatives impact community vitality and have positive impacts on tourism and in business areas, while providing enhanced impression of safety and security. Maintaining healthy and vibrant open spaces is critical to achieving the strategic goals of Connect Edmonton and is aligned with the city plan's big city move, greener as we grow. The Parks and Open Spaces Network contains more than 4,000 hectares of turf grass, approximately 400,000 trees, 1,200 sports fields, 225,000 shrub beds, and 1,059 hectares of naturalized area and 1,800 hectares of naturally wooded area. Edmonton's network of parks, open spaces, and natural areas support celebration, ecology, and wellness, and makes quantifiable contribution to the long-term livability of our city. To improve operational efficiency and effectiveness, we continuously review our operations and explore opportunities to lower maintenance costs and deliver quality service. This is achieved through pilot programs that allow us to trial new plant species and low maintenance ground covers, as well as offer programs that leverage public involvement and volunteerism, or converting manicured landscape to a more natural state through the processes such as naturalization. Next slide, please. As our city grows, so does our turf inventory. We currently manage over 4,000 hectares of turf grass. To lower maintenance costs of managing these growing assets, we've initiated different pilot projects and programs that allow us to try new maintenance techniques and work with community groups, researchers, and businesses. Before we dive into the 5 options for alternative turf maintenance investigated in more detail by administration, I'd like to highlight some of our ongoing initiatives and programs that aim at reducing maintenance costs or converting turf into other useful converting turf into other uses beneficial to community and environment. The Roots for Tree program increases tree planting within the city on public and private land through continued partnerships with corporations, individual residents, and community groups. Through this volunteer tree planting activities, we provide accessible recreation, physical activity, as well as other psychological benefits of spending time in nature. 96% of surveyed volunteers reported that they have an increase in knowledge and or appreciation for Edmonton's urban forest, parks, and green spaces after attending a Roots for Trees planting event. The majority of the volunteer tree planting occurs in naturalized areas, converting manicured turf into a more natural state and increasing the biodiversity in these areas. The city's community garden program facilitates the planting of edible landscape assets on city-owned land. The city supports and encourages local food production with the responsibility of planting, establishment, and maintenance of these assets resting within the community or stakeholder groups. Administration is currently developing guidelines to support landscaping projects using edible plants proposed by community developers or as part of city-led projects. There are over 80 community gardens in Edmonton, and many of these gardens have been established in areas that were formerly maintained turf. Next slide, please. The Blooming Boulevards program is a partnership between business improvement areas, local greenhouses, and the city to jointly order, place, and maintain planter barrels and or hanging baskets during the spring and summer. The program offers BIAs the opportunity to beautify business areas that enhance the aesthetics of their streetscapes and overall urban greening in Edmonton. Increased beautification in these areas can influence increased tourism, lower crime, increased safety, enhanced community pride, and slower traffic. The Edmonton Grads Park project, which started in 2020, contains a naturalized section running along a pedestrian pathway in Grads Park. The project uses various native flowers and grasses to provide a bioliphic or natural design while requiring little annual maintenance. Planting low maintenance flower species increases aesthetics and biodiversity and will attract and support pollinators such as solitary bees, hummingbirds, butterflies, and native beetles. In 2021, through our Urban Tree Canopy program, median planting initiative, we planted trees along medians at 153 Ave and 101 Ave as a pilot. Administration administration planted low maintenance sod in select locations with goals of reducing turf maintenance and reducing mowing in high-risk zones. Administration plans to monitor and adjust product used this season so we can expand the application of low or no mow sod in narrow medians as an opportunity to plant more trees, reduce maintenance in high-risk zones as the tree canopy continues to expand. We're also currently undertaking a pilot project to test clover and hardy grass mixes in suitable locations that are undergoing neighborhood renewal. Alternative ground covers may offer cost savings through reduced maintenance, better drought tolerance, as well as offer environmental benefits such as improved habitats and soil quality while providing a look similar to conventional sod when mown. Pilot sites include Beaumaris, Eastwood, Inglewood, and Malmeo Plains. Planting will commence in 2022 and results will be evaluated in order to provide recommendations to guide future alternative ground covers as part of the neighborhood renewal program. Next slide, please. Administration reviewed 5 landscape options for boulevard and turf maintenance in more detail. The review involved comparing establishment, ongoing maintenance costs, cost saving, ease of implementation, and short and long-term benefits. The options were naturalization, both turf conversion and planted areas, permaculture, parkland urban farming, low mowing grass alternatives such as wildflower flowers or seed mixes other than turf grass, and artificial turf. Naturalization is the intentional multi-phased ecologically based approach to landscape management used for the transformation of highly maintained land to more natural condition. Since 2013, administration has naturalized 368 hectares of city maintained turf and has planted 771,809 trees and shrubs in naturalized areas. The recently completed urban forest asset management plan shows that increasing our naturalization efforts will be instrumental in meeting the city plan's target of planting 2 million trees and the urban forest management plan target of 20% canopy coverage, as well as contribute to Edmonton's climate change adoption and resiliency strategy. Permaculture design employs a set of ethics and principles that focuses on designing human systems based on natural ecosystems to promote efficient use of land resources. It's harmonious integration of the landscape with the people providing their food, energy, shelter, and other material and non-material needs in a sustainable way. Next slide, please. This slide shows the visual depiction of 3 more alternative landscape options. Artificial turf is worth consideration in small areas where it's challenging to maintain traditional turf grass, or where turf grass experiences repetitive damage due to use, such as a small fenced dog park or damages from salt off the roads. Converting turf to urban farms may reduce the maintenance of turf over the long term, as farmers and contractors would be responsible for the management of these areas. Urban farming could potentially consist of leasing out city land managed land for conversion to production of vegetable gardening, or allocating it for land to be used as farmers with animals for grazing. Some turf sites with low traffic can be planted with ornamental grasses that do not require mowing. Turf's alternatives such as mosses, thymes, yarrow, chamomile, and creeping Charlie can be planted in suitable sites to reduce the frequency of mowing activities. Next slide, please. Apart from the opportunity to lower turf maintenance costs, we've also considered at high level other benefits each option provides, as well as suitable locations for each landscape treatment. Considerations for each options are presented in more detail in attachment 2. For example, naturalization, passive or active with shrubs and tree planting, does not only offer us the possibility of short and long-term reduced maintenance costs, it also provides environmental and ecosystem benefits and opportunity to involve individual residents, community groups in education and learning activities around environmental sustainability. Low-growing alternatives to grass can beautify the landscape in addition to lower frequency of mowing. Urban farming and permaculture can contribute to local food security through food production. It's worth noting, while all the options have some advantages and cost savings opportunity, implementation will be dependent on site suitability. Naturalization is an option that can be implemented in a fairly large scale compared to other options, and offers environmental benefits such as providing habitat and food provision for wildlife and beneficial pollinators, water filtration, reduced runoff, and carbon sequestering. Urban farming and permaculture are limited to a few areas such as parks and open spaces away from roads, and specific considerations regarding zoning and developmental permits, environmental degradation, and contamination must be addressed before they can be implemented. Artificial turf is durable and requires less repair than traditional turf grass in certain applications, such as small dog parks or premier sports fields. Artificial turf and low-growing alternatives to grass are suited in areas such as traffic circles, intersection crossings, medians, narrow boulevards, and sports fields. Next slide, please. A high-level review of the costs and benefits associated with the identified alternative shows that naturalization without active planning is an option with the lowest capital and ongoing operating costs. Traditional turf grass still offers lower ongoing maintenance and cost advantages when compared to other alternatives. Low-growing alternatives to grass offer some immediate cost savings, but are limited and suitable for specific locations. Naturalization with tree and shrub planting also offers cost saving in the long term, but requires higher capital investment upfront. Permaculture requires a high initial investment and has ongoing maintenance costs associated with the care of those landscapes. Urban farming and low-growing alternatives to grass may have higher initial installation costs, but lower ongoing maintenance costs for the city. Artificial turf also requires a high initial investment and is recommended for use in small high use or small high damage locations and for premier sports fields. Naturalization is a common technique used citywide, while permaculture, parkland, urban farming Low mowing grass alternatives and artificial grass have been leveraged in Edmonton for targeted uses. Further details on cost analysis, potential resource requirements, and planting considerations will be looked at if administration were to implement any new initiatives or expanded existing smaller targeted techniques at a larger scale. Thank you. Next slide. Administration plans on continuing the existing initiatives and programs described in this report and will be expanding work in some areas. The creation of an updated naturalization plan, which will replace the master plan for naturalization from the 1990s, will guide how, where, and how naturalization, restoration, reclamation will be carried out citywide over the next 2 budget cycles. Public engagement for this plan will be carried out from Q2 to Q4 2022 to collect feedback on how and where future naturalization is implemented, as well as potential adjustments to how we manage existing naturalized spaces. Administration plans on reporting back to committee in Q4 of 2023 with an update to this work. While this work is taking place, due to feedback administration received about stormwater management facility naturalization that was completed in 2021, additional turf conversation around stormwater management facilities, additional turf conversion around stormwater management facilities will be paused until after public engagement and the naturalization plan has been completed. Administration will also reach out to homeowners associations that were providing maintenance on city land around stormwater management facilities through maintenance agreements to discuss and come to an agreement on adjustments, naturalization, and turf mowing boundaries, which address the community's recreation needs as well as the city environmental goals. As naturalization has been implemented in the city since the early 1990s, the city design and construction standards for landscaping already contain standards for naturalization in open spaces and along roadways. Work on the naturalization plan will include a review of the existing naturalization guidelines and provide recommendations for any updates. Work on the naturalization plan is being done in coordination with a project focused on capital planning for Greener as we grow, which includes creating maps that will identify opportunities for turf conversion, naturalization, restoration, and park and boulevard tree planting citywide. This work is key in meeting tree planting goals as outlined in the city plan and the tree canopy expansion goals identified in the Urban Forest Asset Management Plan. The administration will continue to work on the edible landscaping guidelines. Once completed in 2022, can be leveraged for both city and community-led construction projects. Once completed, these guidelines will be reviewed for opportunity for inclusion in the city's landscaping standards. Pilots such as the Edmonton Grad Project and Median Planning Initiative will continue in 2022, and results will be evaluated, and if successful, these landscape techniques could be applied to other areas of the city and be considered for inclusion in the city's landscaping standards. The clover and hardy grass pilots in the neighborhood renewal areas will commence in 2022. Results will be evaluated in order to provide recommendation to guide future use of alternative ground covers as part of the neighborhood renewal project. Programs such as community gardens, blooming boulevards, and roots for trees will continue to be offered for community involvement in the city. Beautification and greening initiatives. Administration has also recently been approached by the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues to discuss the option for boulevard gardening guidelines by residents who are planning further discussions to see how we can support that initiative. Thank you.
That concludes our presentations, Mr. Chairperson. We'll be happy to answer any of committee or council's questions following hearing from our speakers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sebrick and Mr. Harrott, for your presentations this afternoon. We'll now move to speakers. Now, rather than read out a roll call of everybody to start with, I'm just going to move into speakers, but I'm going to just try to give you some warning as your turns are coming up. So hopefully you can prepare yourself for your turn. So we'll start with Monica Grosmacher. Second will be Meg Sears from Prevent Cancer, and third will be Mary Lou McDonald. So if Meg Sears and Mary Lou can be ready, we'll be coming to you next, and we'll start with Monica Grosmacher.
Just sorry to interrupt. I just wanted
Oh,
to
sorry, right.
see if we could pass a motion to
Yeah.
add Kevin Stewart, who is here in person on 6263.
Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry. Just a second. I need a motion to add Kevin Stewart to the list for 6.2, 6.3.
So moved.
Thank you. Please vote.
Just looking for Councillor Jans and Mayor Sohi's votes.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor. And we have all 5 votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Sorry about that, Madam Chair. So let's move to Monica Grosmacher now. And just to repeat, sorry, scattered here. Each of our speakers will have 5 minutes. If you're here and speaking in person, the green light will be on for 4 minutes, the yellow light for 1 minute, and then the red light will indicate that 5 minutes is up. If you're speaking remotely, there should be a timer on your screen, but you may want to include your own timer. I'll try not to cut you off or interrupt you, but also hope that we can try to keep everyone's comments to 5 minutes. There is an extended list of people that are would like to share their thoughts with us today, and that'll be followed by a question and answer session. So really appreciate if we can try to keep comments concise and precise, and that'll give everybody a chance to participate in the conversation. Please proceed, Ms. Grosmacher. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my name is Monica Grosmacher. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts here. I've been living in Edmonton already for 8 years when my husband and I moved here for the first time here in Canada. And since then, both of us have been working on issues of environmental governance, planning, and public administration. Yeah. And so that is one of the motivations that brings me here to share my thoughts. But I think that most close to my heart, the motivation that brings me here is the experience I've had a couple of times while living here in Edmonton with my young son, and spending some time in the garden. Yeah. And well, in a few occasions, we've been outside enjoying a nice summer day and have experienced irritable eyes and irritable throat. Yeah, my young son comes to me, says that his throat is very irritable. At the beginning, I thought it was more of an allergy issue. And after a couple of times that we've gone back inside the house, I started to notice that it was coinciding with the time that my neighbor was spraying Roundup in her garden. Yeah. And so that reminds me of something that an elementary school teacher used to tell us, very often, our freedom as individuals and where the other person's freedoms begin. And so that is kind of the main thought that brings me here today to speak with you. And I think overall that the risk of using any type of herbicides or pesticides is greater than the risk of not using them. And that we should be thinking about the health, not only of our children today, but the health of our children in the future and in general of our society in the future. Yeah. I believe that in a society like ours, in a city like ours, that should be of utter importance, that we should not override the freedoms of an individual's profiting from selling some herbicides or pesticides now, or enjoying a garden, lawn free of dandelions. That should not be overriding the freedom of all of us enjoying a healthy environment. Yeah, and so this is, of course, nothing new. We've known this for a very long time. Yeah, and that goes back to the time of in the 60s, and you might all remember the book of Rachel Carson. And since then, there's a wealth of information pointing at how we can make our environment herbicide and pesticide free, sorry. And that all begins, I believe, first by recognizing that there are alternatives. Yeah? If we believe that we have to continue doing things the way that we have done for the last decade, and that there are no options to do things differently, then we are stuck in the past, and we're not allowing for the freedom of the whole society to enjoy a healthy environment in the future. Yeah, so I think that is kind of the starting point. And of course, when you talk about more technical issues for any novice gardener, anybody that is new to gardening or to encountering gardening, in old-time gardeners as well, we all know that the soil is the starting point. Now that we need to take care of the soil and the diversity of microorganisms in the soil. A healthy soil will allow a healthy plant community that will also bring in birds and other insects to take care of the nuisance insects or other nuisance weeds that we are talking about. Yeah, so the importance of the soil is the starting point there. And we know that even nowadays we have experience in other places of the world with organic golf courses and so forth. So there is already a wealth of experience in this regard. And we are also very fortunate here in this region to have a lot of native plant species that are also able to fulfill the role of bringing in birds and other insects to our environment and our landscape. Yeah, and so it is also there. I would also note, perhaps that just the last point, that we also need to consider the design over all of these areas. Yeah, and I see my time is up, so I'll stop there.
Thank you, and to you and to all of our speakers, if there will be an opportunity for questions afterwards. So if you don't quite get all your thoughts out, please find a way to indicate that, and someone can ask you a question that might allow you a bit more time as we get further into the process. Thanks for your comments today, Ms. Grusmacher. Next, we have Meg Sears, followed by Mary Lou McDonald and Christine Kowalczyk.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I had actually planned to speak very separately on these two topics, but now I can't see my slides. Okay, thank you. So we'll start with this idea of mosquito control and pesticides, and note that nature bats last. Next slide, please. I'll be skipping through these fairly quickly because, next slide, please. I'm going to be really slowed down. Okay. The other people, I believe, will be speaking to some of the health effects of organophosphate insecticides, which Edmonton has recently stopped using, which is fantastic. Could I have the next slide, please? And so these organophosphate OP and carbamate insecticides can actually, can I advance these? No? Okay. They actually affect children even before they're born, and they affect us all through life, particularly the nervous system. And they're also carcinogens. Next slide, please. And that was confirmed by the International Agency for Research on Cancer, which is part of the it's associated with the World Health Organization. Next slide, please. So Edmonton was using chlorpyrifos, which is Dursban, sometimes called pyrate. It's also similar. There's a large family of these insecticides that came out of chemistry from World War II. And could I have the next slide, please? So there are varying potencies. These potencies are on a logarithmic scale. So it's like counting 1, 10, 100, 1,000. So you can see on the far left-hand side is malathion, which is sometimes used, and up there in the middle is chlorpyrifos. So it's many, many times more toxic than some of the than the malathion.
I think we may have lost Ms. Sears' connection. Okay, why don't we move to our next speaker, and when Ms. Sears can join us again, we'll give her an opportunity to start fresh. So we'll move then to Mary Lou McDonald, followed by Christine Kowalchuk, and then Mark Boyce. So Mary Lou McDonald, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. My name is Mary Lou, as it was indicated, and I'm an Ontario lawyer and was born in Edmonton. So it's great to be part of this journey. Thank you. I focus generally on the federal risk assessment process. Mr. Harrod had indicated that the products that are going to be sprayed are approved and strictly regulated by the Pest Management Regulatory Agency. I've had the misfortune of looking into some of their risk assessments over the last couple of years, specifically on glyphosate and on chlorpyrifos, and have had to take legal action to try and actually point out the problems with their risk assessments. So my goal is to share those with you, and hopefully that will inform you that just because they say it's safe doesn't necessarily mean it is. But first, I'd like to speak briefly, I'm not a mosquito person, to some of the points that were made in relation to the mosquito spraying. One was that it's going to be, these are just food for thought, but it's going to be sprayed around agricultural areas, if I understood it, on temporary water bodies and standing water. Through the month I spent on researching chlorpyrifos, I learned that there's a lot of diversity and species that actually acclimatize and are created in temporary water bodies, and also that standing water is a little bit different than a temporary water body. It's a slough, which they don't know what that is out here in Ontario, but that they themselves as well have their own species diversity. And so spraying those mosquitoes would put those at jeopardy, I would suggest. If not, at least that risk should be assessed. Also, what about the risk of it going into the drinking water? I know it was said that it's not going to go into reservoirs, but my aunt lives out there and she's got a well. I don't know how she's protected from that. And then there was also a statement that these mosquitoes will migrate into the city. Do you know that? Has there been some studies done on that? That might be worth looking into. And finally, on the mosquito spraying issue, the concept was that that they're a nuisance. Fair enough, but the study that Christine had raised says the name of it, environmental and socioeconomic effects of mosquito control in Europe. Say people don't like the nuisance, but they don't want the spraying. Instead, they want mitigation measures. So are you confident that people want to have pesticide spray rather than just put in place some mitigation measures? Now over to the risk assessment of PMRA. I'm not going to have time to get into it in detail, but you should be able to see it from my presentation. But the PMRA, the main point of the Act is to protect Canadians and the environment from the harms of pesticide. Our recent Federal Court of Appeal decision underlined that. It's the first time PMRA has been in front of the FCA, and it's clear that it's protecting it. And then the secondary purpose is the value. So nuisance falls into the value aspect of it. Get into the risk assessment. What I'm trying to say there is it's a pain in the ass to be bitten by a mosquito, but it's worse to have your kids possibly exposed to a pesticide when you don't know the effects that might happen. Make sure you know the effects before you take that risk. Now, over to the risk assessments now from PMRA. Risk is supposed to be exposure times hazard. Well, they historically have fallen short in both regards. Hazard is things like toxicology. Well, recent studies and more than recent studies have shown that the threshold levels or what they think is a toxic level are way too high. And we're starting to see toxicological effects at hundreds and thousands of times less than what they've set the safe levels at. And also, depending on the pesticide, at next generations, which is just horrific. Can you imagine your grandchildren being worse off than us because of this? On the exposure side, it ends up that they actually generally don't get real data on how much we're exposed to. They make estimates in the environmental side at best. And when it comes to the human health exposure and dietary exposure, it's based upon what Americans eat. It's not even what Canadians eat. We are exposed to pesticides through our skin as well, and through breathing. There have been major lawsuits in the US such that Monsanto Bayer is actually not going to pursue and is taking off the shelves Roundup for cosmetic use. They're only going to concentrate on agricultural use for glyphosate in the US. So it may be worthwhile considering your desire to use pesticides over your desire to have healthy grandchildren. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. I'm sure there'll be some questions for you. Next we have Christine Kowalchuk, followed by Mark Boyce and Cheryl McCumsey. Christine, 5 minutes is yours.
All right, thank you. I was wondering, okay, my slides are up, never mind. I was going to ask if Dr. Boyce could go before me, but I'll go. I'd also prepared 2 slides, so slide decks, so we'll just take it away and see how far we get. But yeah, ecological thinking, protecting wetlands, biodiversity, and us. I'm a professor of English. I teach full-time at NAIT, critical thinking and ethics, and I'm also an adjunct professor at the U of A. And my research focuses on ecological systems thinking and cultural relationships with nature, and I'm also a member of Pesticide Free Edmonton. Next slide, please. So we've got 2 items on this agenda today dealing with so-called pest management. And I think that the fact that they're both here indicates the need to move beyond a piecemeal approach that enables continued harm and toward one that supports human and environmental health. Next slide, please. Admin's report on mosquito spraying said that we've had an aerial mosquito program since 1974. Well, lo and behold, Canada and the US have lost nearly 1/3 of birds since 1970. The scientific research points to insect collapse as the reason, not just due to toxic pesticides, although that too, but also due to ecosystem impacts, including from use of BTI for mosquito control. And here are 2 articles from the Guardian newspaper. Next slide, please. The greatest decline in bird species has been in insect-eating birds, who are, of course, our friends in mosquito control. Bank swallows are just one example. They were once common in Edmonton's River Valley, but now after a 98% decline in bank swallows in particular, in the last 40 years, they're now a threatened species. Brew et al. In a scientific article stated the use of BTI is not uncontroversial. Target mosquitoes and affected midges represent an important food source for many aquatic and terrestrial predators like birds, and reduction of their populations is likely to result in food web effects at higher trophic levels. In the context of global biodiversity loss, this appears particularly critical. Next slide, please. Admin's report states that a single campaign of aerial treatment can result in the reduction of hundreds of millions of mosquitoes. I'd like to know where in the report are the ecosystem impacts of BTI acknowledged. For example, what is the impact of that spraying on bank swallows? We can't simply remove the base of the food chain. Even if BTI is not a toxic chemical, killing insects means killing threatened birds. We're now in a global biodiversity crisis. Where does Admin's report mention this crisis? Next slide, please. We often hear that Edmontonians just want to enjoy summer. Well, I would ask, doesn't birdsong contribute to our enjoyment of summer? In fact, even recent science tells us that birds help prevent mental health problems. Next slide, please. We might remind ourselves it's not just about us anyway, and bank swallows have a right to exist beyond contributing to our happiness. But ecological thinking means everything is interconnected. Protecting nature means protecting us too. Does it really make sense to spend over $500,000 a year to spray wetlands during a global biodiversity crisis? Over 10 years, $5 million or maybe 10 million, as Admin is suggesting they might need, could go to so many things that actually benefit this city and protect nature, like intentional naturalization and permaculture, as well as public education on ecological thinking. Next slide, please. So this is moving into my second presentation. And so I just noted the money, that 500,000 could go to intentional naturalization and permaculture. I see these as excellent alternatives for boulevard and turf management. But these alternatives need to be truly ecological to meet the city's goals. As one councillor recently asked, what is natural about spraying herbicide? Pesticide use undermines all alternatives listed in the report. And what about other lands, like other public lands and private lands? As the 2022 IPCC report made clear, the biodiversity crisis is as serious as the climate crisis, and these are interconnected with the health crisis. Next slide, please. So we are saying this is time for a cosmetic pesticide ban, which basically means preventing the non-essential use of pesticides. Such a ban exists already in over 180 cities across Canada, including all of Ontario and Quebec. And these bans are upheld by a Supreme Court of Canada decision confirming the right of municipalities to restrict pesticide use on public and private property. Many of these bans have existed for over 20 years. Why does such a ban matter? Well, for environmental and health and justice reasons. The Stockholm Convention on POPs began in 2004 to protect people's right to health and to a healthy environment. And in terms of the justice part, we're thinking about drift, which occurs locally. Monica noted the drift that happens from her neighbors' properties. It also happens globally. Pesticides accumulate in the north. However, new chemicals are registered as fast as others are banned, so cities have stepped in. It's time for Edmonton to catch up with the rest of the country. Next slide, please. Health Canada, it's important for people to understand, registers pesticides based not on safety, but on acceptable risk, often using research supplied by the chemical company itself. Many pesticides used in Edmonton are linked to cancer and other serious diseases and are the subject of class action lawsuits in Canada and the US. Children's greater vulnerability to pesticides is well established. Next slide, please. Health impacts aren't just directly related to exposure either, but are also related to impacts that happen in ecosystems. We're part of the ecosystem. So it's important for us to understand that the health emergency that we're faced with is not a need to control weeds or pests, but risks from pesticide exposure, pandemics caused by destruction of nature, which is not often acknowledged, and antimicrobial resistance, which, superbugs that are appearing in hospitals are related to pesticide resistance happening in places like golf courses. The UN and the WHO have now adopted what they're calling a One Health approach to acknowledge that human and environmental health are one and the same. And these are, again, two articles from The Guardian. The one on the right-hand side is from just January of this year. And I would just like to note that it says antimicrobial resistance, now a leading cause of death worldwide. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Ms. Kowalchuk. I'm sorry I'll have to stop you there. I did give you a little bit of extra time, but I'm sure there'll be some questions for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Mark Boyce, followed by Cheryl McCumsey and Sherry Heschuk.
My name is Mark Boyce. Can you hear me okay?
Yep. Go ahead.
Good.
Thank you.
My name is Mark Boyce. I am a professor at the University of Alberta in the Department of Biological Sciences. I've done research on the effects of pesticides on insects and the consequences for birds. And so I thought I would bring up some of these points. Could I have the next slide, please? So BTI is a toxin. It's produced by a bacterium, but BTI is a toxin produced by this bacterium. It is certainly very deadly to mosquito larvae, but all other aquatic dipterans, including chironomids and midges and gnats, and a number of species that are important to birds. It is persistent in the environment with residual toxicity. There are crystalline forms that can reside in the benthos on the bottom of the body of water that is treated, and this toxicity spreads throughout the ecosystem, affecting odonata and other organisms that are really important insectivorous for insectivorous avifauna. Next slide, please. Most birds need insects. As Christine pointed out, aerial insectivorous birds are declining precipitously in Canada. In fact, the most serious declines of any bird group in Canada are the insectivorous birds. Next slide. Canada's birds report, and you can see here that at the very bottom are the insectivorous birds, the swallows and the martins and the flycatchers and a number of other species that depend specifically on aerial insects. Next slide, please. And the point has been made that nature enhances human health. We have almost 8 million bird watchers in Canada. 30% of Canadians, almost a third of us, are bird watchers. Next slide, please. And I just thought I'd show you a few slides of some of the birds that we have in Edmonton that are certainly to be affected by this proposed city application of BTI. These are eared grebes. Next slide, please. Purple martins are declining rapidly throughout North America, but especially in Canada. Next slide, please. The tree swallow is our most common swallow in the Edmonton area, and their numbers are declining as well. Next slide, please. Barn swallows have declined precipitously over the last decade. Next slide, please. And this is a least flycatcher. We have a diversity of different flycatchers and kingbirds and related species in Edmonton, and these all depend on insects, the very core of their existence. So I've done research on grouse as well, and grouse, even though they're large birds, the chicks are absolutely dependent on insects during the first four weeks of life. And one of our major research projects at the University of Alberta has been on common nighthawks. It isn't just Edmonton that's to be affected, but these birds migrate south, and so we're having global consequences of pesticide use that we're promoting in the city of Edmonton. I think that's my last slide.
Thank you, Mr. Boyce. Appreciate your presentation. We'll move next to Cheryl McCumsey, followed by Sherry Heschuk and Willow Ziliux. Go ahead, Ms. McCumsey.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to begin by saying that in several polls, 2/3 to 3/4 of the public say they want less pesticides used. If we live in a democracy, councillors need to hear this and protect the public as we have asked for over and over again. Pesticides are poisons. They don't just kill what we want them to kill, and they persist. Scientific studies show pesticides are found many years after they are used. The cost of pesticides is profound. I'm speaking both to 6.2 and 6.3 as they relate to one another. I have lived in Edmonton for 60 years. The last 20 of those, we lived in a modest home in the Fulton community. And for the last 18 years, that meant living beside a neighbor who sprayed both Roundup, which contains glyphosate, and lawn herbicide, which contains 3 herbicides, including 2,4-D. We loved our home. We made renovations to it, loved our neighbors, loved our neighborhood. We removed most of our turf and replaced it with easier to care for perennials and food crops. Our yard was nominated for Yards in Bloom many times. 2 years after moving in, we looked forward to having a new neighbor. When he repeatedly destroyed my garden, when his pesticides drifted over to our yard, we were very careful in how we discussed this problem and looked to city mediation first. We also asked him to let us know before he sprayed so we could put barriers up. The next day, he held up his phone and said, "I'm talking to my lawyer. I will spray on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday." With our windows up, we could smell herbicide in our house. I developed a cough that lasted for a year. I don't smoke. I have run the Boston Marathon and I have climbed mountains. My daughter developed asthma. We could hear our neighbor hacking constantly while we were outside. I never saw him smoke. Studies support that asthma is indeed related to pesticide exposure. We rerouted our fresh air intake to the other opposite side of our house away from our neighbor, but he still destroyed $7,000 of our property in the form of gardens, shrubs, and trees. We contacted our counselor. We were told that without a bylaw, nothing could be done. We contacted Alberta Health, Alberta Environment. A Health Canada employee came over to witness the damage, but like they said, we could not help us without a bylaw. No one could or would help us. I look forward to winter, as this was a respite from his spraying. We have bylaws for smoking to protect us. We did not have any protection while living in our own home from poisons that were destroying our property and damaging our health. I joined Pesticide Free Edmonton and did a thorough investigation of how pesticides are assessed, and I have continued this research. There are currently 7 class action suits in Canada today with respect to glyphosate and its links to cancer alone. Health Canada is also in the courts with respect to a poor assessment of many pesticides. I learned that from many people how they suffered from a neighbor's pesticide use. In the end, we took our neighbor to court. We won. He paid us. We ended up being $20,000 in the hole after he paid us. Is that democracy or justice? My neighbor changed my life. What I know now, I cannot unlearn. Pesticides are not selective, and because they persist for a long, long time on the landscape, this is about attitude towards our planet and what we can do to protect life, not destroy it. I hope you think of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Sherry Heschuk, followed by Willow Ziliux, and Rocky Furrow.
Hi, I'm actually making sure that my slides are up. Thank you. I'm sorry, it looks like I'm Larry, but I'm actually Sherry today. Thank you very much for letting me speak. And I just wanted to thank everyone who's here today. And with that, I'm hoping that everyone knows that the origin of biodiversity is one of the reasons why some of us really want to make this a statement and have this information available to our administration. I know the delegates that we're speaking to have all the information, but I think that we need to have a chance to really engage. And knowing where this goes, one of the reasons that we have this issue is that we don't know our neighbors and they don't know us. Next slide, please. I'm a part of a Roots for Trees campaign. I'm a member of Shrubscribers. I thank Dustin Bayer for putting me on this sloped hill to make, to make a point that there is an initiative, and I think we're starting to see it happen. But a lot of this is not sustainable. We're slowly discovering that more and more about our ecosystems. And these are the causes of environmental impacts. And for us, this can be dangerous. It threatens many of our birds and our aquatic biodiversity. Next slide, please. I live very close to the river, so I'm hoping that you understand that there are risks to a lot of our subbasins. I'm sorry, the depiction isn't as full blown as you can see it, but you can see that we do have subbasins in Edmonton, and the act of, I guess, stigmatizing these subbasins is maybe something that we could look into. And I guess my question is, there is a dynamic, and that it's critical, and that because of our birds and our amphibians, they have a lot to be nervous about in their environment and their lives. Next slide, please. Just really quickly on adaptive cycles. This is Holling's model. It's essentially the slow sequence from exploitation to conservation and connectedness, and basically that there is a competitive process that happens that leads to species loss. And then with this crash that could possibly happen with insects. So we lose this diversity in patch landscapes. Next slide, please. If we don't value insects because they're bugging us, and through the verbiage of anti-insect campaigns, then we've lost in a lot of ways. We've lost the ability to see how connected we are with our environment and our landscape. And the idea that we could possibly create literally pollinators of our trees and a better place for everyone it's going to be a disservice, because a lot of what our birds do is for free. They are our pollinators. Our butterflies are our pollinators, our bees as well. And appropriately in the 2020s, the profession wasn't looking into the biodiversity loss. However, we're regarding whether or not to accept spraying and to make it appropriate for all of us to endure that we're creating a sustainable future for our city. Next slide, please. This slide comes from Dr. Christy Morrissey, and she's been doing a lot of research basically related to nicotinoids. We call them NICs. And these are like the insecticides that have been used in the past. And to note that what Marilyn Lewis has also allowed us to gain knowledge of is that there is controversy over a lot of these issues, and essentially Health Canada doesn't have it right. and we need to let people know that it's not about taking everything for word. And essentially that is a situation that I'm hoping that we would understand too. The biological control of BTI, or Bacillus thuringiensis israelis, it could be an ecotoxicological risk for our amphibian populations. And I don't know any amphibian experts out there, but they have told me that a lot of the commercially available BTIs, they have maladaptive results, as well as we're not sure exactly what the results and impacts are on these species. And as you see, our barn swallows will fly by an area, and this is something that could eventually affect other species as well. So the bacterium has to be eaten by the mosquito larvae. So it's at a critical point. And we haven't even talked about resistance to the actual toxin or the neurotoxin by the mosquitoes, which can happen today, could happen tomorrow. And we're talking about 2 sprays that may even be less than 50% effective. Next slide, please.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'll have to stop you there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, though. Appreciate your presentation. Next, we'll go to Willow Zillix, followed by Rocky Farrow and Mark Stumpf Allen.
Hi there. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Willow, and I live in Edmonton, and I would really like to speak with you all about my care and desire for a cosmetic ban here in the city. So as part of my university curriculum this semester, I've been doing research alongside Pesticide-Free Edmonton on the misuse and harm that pesticides can cause. And we want to protect the city from it, and speaking here is one of the best shots at doing that. So it is well known and documented that pesticides aren't often used as directed, and the research I've done has certainly emphasized this, showing how it's incredibly uncommon for pesticides to be used properly. So the proper protective gear is seldom fully used, only about half of the time, as one study shows, and labels are quite often disregarded or misunderstood for a variety of reasons. So, of course, this can lead to errors by homeowners and even by professionals. And unfortunately, there have even been instances within the city where this misuse has occurred, as found, I think it was a 2017 audit discussing, incorrect dosages, expired pesticide use, and things of that nature. And then, of course, pesticide drift, it was kind of discussed earlier, I believe, is just a gigantic, complicated topic with, a whole range of its own problems. And so for instance, chemicals from different pesticides have been found, clinging to carpets and residing within dust in homes, including 2,4-D, which I believe was mentioned previously and was used in Edmonton. So, when Health Canada says that pesticides are, safe to use if used properly and as directed, it's not an incredibly comforting sentiment when it's paired with these instances where pesticides are definitely not being used as directed, and instances where this misuse has had very clear repercussions. Plus, used correctly or not, it almost goes without saying, and many people have already said in this meeting, that pesticides can cause serious harm to people, and there are countless documented cases of pesticide poisonings, and even, or rather, especially, I guess, to children who are more susceptible to these dangers, through touching a carpet that has pesticide chemicals on it and then putting it in their mouths or something like that. And even in postnatal studies, it's been shown that pesticide exposure may affect a child's development quite poorly. So nobody wants this. Nobody wants to worry that their at-home practices and the practices that the city employs or allows to happen. No one wants to worry about those, and I feel that these risks, pardon me, these risks are simply not acceptable. So, and to those who enjoy outdoor spaces, the river valley, city parks, campuses, walking down the street, passing smaller green spaces in the city, want to ensure that they're safe, and the city's biodiversity, such as the birds that were discussed about, which I'm really, really passionate about, they're being properly cared for and protected to all means necessary. And sorry. From what I've learned these past few months, it's become clear that the only control that one can exercise over the safety of our homes and environment is through the city's decisions and regulations surrounding pesticide use. We know these things are dangerous, and we know we're behind the times with such a ban, and I hope that you all will understand my concern, frustrations, and drive to support this cosmetic pesticide ban. And that's it for me. I have some time left, so if there's any questions, feel free to send them my way, but thank you very, very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I'm just going to pause here and just ask committee for a bit of a check-in. We have roughly 2 hours of committee time left if we take our break into account. And we have about an hour left just for speakers. Never mind questions of speakers, questions of admin, and then I'm aware of at least 4 subsequent motions on these. So I'm going to suggest that we bring item 7.1 forward and postpone it to the next CPSC meeting. And I'm going to check just with the clerk to see if that seems reasonable.
Yep, and the next Community and Public Services Committee would be April 11th. So all of the folks registered for 7.1 would, their registrations would carry forward to that meeting. And we would be in touch with them as well to ensure that they're aware.
And we'll get in touch with them directly so that they know they wouldn't have to hang around the rest of today.
Exactly.
So first of all, can I have a motion to bring that item forward? Please just bear with us, speakers, while we just do a bit of housekeeping.
So moved.
Thank you. Please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We're just sending out the vote now.
Sorry, I caught you off guard there, but
all good. It's on its way.
Just didn't feel the need to have anybody sit around any longer. That's on that last item.
If it's already been sent, I'm a yes.
It has not. One moment. Sorry, the system is a little glitchy today.
That's okay.
It's coming. We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. Thank you. That's carried. So that brings the item forward. I'll now move that we postpone item 7.1 to the April 9th CPSC meeting and make it time specific for first item of business.
Confirming April 11th.
Pardon me, April 11th.
And time specific first item, for sure.
And we'll inform the speakers accordingly. Thank you for those that were sticking around through the day to get to that item, but time to sort of cut our losses. So please vote.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have 5 votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Thank you, everyone. Apologize for the interruption. That takes us, we'll resume our speakers list now on items 6263. Next is Dr. Farrow, followed by Mark Stumpf-Allen and Rod Alstead. Over to you, Dr. Farrow. Thank you.
Thanks very much. The meeting and respectful chairing this morning was really appreciated, Dr. Cormel, and I thank you all. I'm Rocky Farrow, retired internal medicine specialist, and I hope to combine talks in under 5 minutes. I want to highlight that for human health, BTI is low risk directly, but not indirectly. And the health profession is now very well aware that biodiversity and health are inextricably linked. So currently we manage green space with integrated pest management, that's IPM. Some jurisdictions can practice IPM with 0 pesticides, so we could tweak the current system, but a new paradigm is preferable to shift the focus from pests to building healthy ecosystems, as others have said. So in a review paper called Integrated Pest Management, Good Intentions, Hard Realities, De Guin et al. Point out that after 6 decades of IPM, it really no longer meets the current challenge of biodiversity loss and climate change and our health crisis with pandemics and loss of pollinators. So they highlight many problems, such as vague IPM definitions that create a lot of confusion. They also note that in a majority of cases, chemical control remains the basis of IPM, despite stated guidelines and despite stated policies. So the paper encourages instead a newer approach to help us meet the demands of our times. And there are many program guidelines available. So yeah, Edmonton is not going to be the first. Many bans precede us and many policies, many educational literature is available for municipalities that want to move forward to organic land management. So in 2015, hopefully some people remember and some might need to be reminded that we had got a weak pesticide ban on city property only. Most bans go to public property. Many exemptions resulted in really no substantive pesticide reductions, and instead some pesticide use has actually increased. We continue to be referenced as laggards, that's my word, by national physician evidence-based organizations that have ranked provinces. So Edmonton is also notably the last to buy up and use supplies of chemicals that have been banned for being excessively toxic, and externalities like human health, carbon costs, and ecosystem service losses continue to accumulate with endless rounds of pesticide application. So shifting the paradigm can solidly commit us to being a biophilic city and a carbon neutral city. So like most doctors, I'm concerned about pesticides and human health issues like lymphomas, but additionally, ecosystem disruption is devastating to health in so many ways, ranging from pandemics to pollinator loss. So yes, every year I get mosquito bites. The numbers vary based on the weather, time of day. I put on long pants, socks, patch my screens, and garden on windy days. I'm fine. On the other hand, helicopters flying overhead make me feel foolish for trying to lower my own carbon footprint. So I prefer to see the 507K be diverted to supporting MMIWG or Indigenous-led decolonization, to supporting the opiate crisis that you'll hear about at another date, health and addiction services. Seeing less bank swallows swooping over the North Saskatchewan to eat flies is very sad. I would like to see Edmonton nurture rather than destroy nature, so a strong cosmetic ban can help us achieve that. I offer to share many resources, national and international, that help train staff prepare cities for optimizing healthy ecosystems by changing practices. We're past due for action and education. Action and education is key. In light of the urgency of the matter, please act quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Mark Stumpf-Allen, followed by Rod Alstead and Robert Wild.
Thank you. My comments are focused on implementation of IPM in the aerial spray program.
I'm a lifelong gardener and supporter of hort programs in the city. My volunteer work has included the boards of the Hort Society and the Community Garden Network and Sustainable Food Edmonton. I'm a master compost recycler volunteer. I've converted my boulevard to native plants, and I support the work of PFE to make our city safer for my family. I've been involved in naturalization in public spaces before and after it became known as Root for Trees, in Front Yards in Bloom, the Bloom and Garden Show, and in Communities in Bloom. The last of these inspired me to make my career with the city. I recently retired from Waste Services, where I was Edmonton's compost doctor for over a decade. I've developed educational programs in composting, soil building, and urban carbon farming, and weed management, and I've delivered these programs in the community and at compost school. So I'm not as smart as some of the speakers here, but my fingernails are much dirtier. While I worked for the city, I was responsible for implementing the city's integrated pest management policy. I'm currently administrator of the Organic Master Gardener program, where I teach IPM. Now, IPM is a framework that guides us towards improved land stewardship, including reduced use of pesticides. It should not lock us into practice, but help us to get better over time. Time and reviews suggest that IPM is not working. We just heard that. I've had success using that framework, not just professionally, but in my home garden as well. I haven't used pesticides in many years. In fact, I look upon their use as a personal failure. I believe that it's my commitment to ecosystem health that led to my successes, not the IPM policy that I was required to follow. And I encourage council to move away from IPM towards ecosystem health management, a new paradigm, which falls in line with the Edmonton's declaration as a biophilic city. So specifically to item 6.2, I'm very disappointed in the response to council's request from December 15th in attachment 2, which is on page 82 of the agenda package. Specifically question 4, regarding council's request to learn about alternatives to the aerial spray program. This question is about the requirement under IPM policy to seek alternative techniques before pesticides are used. And I expected to read pages of information about how the mosquito program, how the problem presents itself, what research was done, what options were tried, what barriers were identified, and what the timeline of implementation might look like. But instead of a well-considered justification of the requested aerial spray program, a simple answer was given: no other way to effectively treat the habitat. If the policy requirement to find alternatives was followed, there is no evidence of it here, and staff remains accountable to council to provide that information. Could some sites be enhanced through a permaculture approach to support a more diverse food web where mosquito larvae would fill their proper place at the bottom of a productive food chain? Could improving soil structure in adjoining fields increase infiltration, making the pool an asset to the farmer in the same way that a rain garden is an asset in residential areas? Could the simple addition of a native willow cycle the water rapidly enough to drain the puddle and provide other ecosystem services like sheltering birds that eat mosquitoes? So what actions have staff considered? If IPM is not followed with thoughtful intent, then this lack of action contravenes not only this policy, but also the proactive planning section of Enviso and the Green and Blue Network section of City Plan. Lack of diligence in identifying alternatives must not go unchallenged. Council must see every use of pesticides as a failure of staff to implement IPM policy. Because of this lackluster attempt, I remain opposed to the aerial spray program and encourage council to deny funding, especially in the long term. Now, in the parkland surrounding compost school where I worked, staff and I spent several hours researching the reasons a pest was present. What was its role in the ecosystem? What were non-chemical controls? What were the expected outcomes and success stories? These are the alternative techniques required in the policy. But the first downfall of the policy is that the only action it specifies is to choose the right pesticide. Killing should not be this easy, and the policy must be changed to make the use of pesticides more difficult or indeed impossible. During the IPM process, I learned a lot about ecosystem functions and the interconnected web of microbial life in the soil. We know that pesticides kill more than their target and have tremendous and often cumulative negative impacts on nearby plants and on essential soil biology. We know that biodiversity brings health. Can we change the paradigm, get rid of the pest management approach, and instead establish that ecosystem health management approach that we've heard about? In doing so, you would move the focus away from killing towards a positive approach to understanding ecosystem functions. The policy doesn't focus on ecosystem health. It talks about biodiversity as something to be sustained, not regenerated. For dead or dying ecosystems, it dooms them to the status quo. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Rod Alstad, followed by Robert Wild and Elvira Falconer.
Yes, good afternoon, councillors and Mayor Sohi. And thank you for this opportunity to speak to you all. I would like to acknowledge that I'm speaking from Treaty 6 land and from unceded Papas Chase territory. And in doing so, I'd like to acknowledge my Indigenous relations who note that we are all connected. And insofar as we protect or do not protect biodiversity and the health of our environment, we do not protect and do not enhance the health of our public, of all of us. So it is really critical that we move forward from the current situation. We're in a crisis right now, and now is the time for action. I would like to, because of my vision, I would like to use Siri. So I'm sure that given your support of accessibility and whatnot, hopefully this works. Please let me know if it doesn't. But here is my presentation.
I am opposed to the aerial mosquito control program and believe that funding for this program should be canceled and redirected. Specifically, there needs to be a real paradigm shift away from so-called pest management, arguably a war on nature, towards a well-informed and sincere emphasis on the protection of biological diversity and public health. That is, there needs to be a comprehensive cosmetic pesticide ban. It's time that city administration and staff focus on working with nature rather than against her. For many years, city administration's emphasis has been one of eliminating annoying pests, and truly, the mosquito, especially in the Edmonton region, is simply annoying. There's no malaria here, no Zika, and the most recent reported case of West Nile in the Edmonton region in 2013 was contracted in southern Alberta. I have been involved in this issue since 2017 and learned about the city's 30+ years of flagrant use of chlorpyrifos to control mosquitoes, with over 2,000 peer-reviewed studies on the toxicity of this product, especially to the neurological development of children, let alone serious impacts on biodiversity. The use of this product was arguably irresponsible. At best, Health Canada registration of a pesticide product promises not safety but acceptable risk. Is there ever an acceptable risk of neurological damage to children? How much of a decrease in a child's IQ is acceptable? After persistent advocacy from Pesticide Free Edmonton and the Edmonton chapter of the Council of Canadians, the use of chlorpyrifos finally ended in 2018 and remaining stocks were taken to the Swan Hills Hazardous Waste Facility for disposal in 2019. Pesticide Free Edmonton's advocacy also played a role in initiating the pesticide use audit of 2017. Yet, even after the audit, Edmonton's resulting 2019 integrated pest management policy has proven to be a disappointment. Wouldn't an effective IPM policy result in declines in pesticide use and clear focus on the protection of biodiversity and public health? There is significant evidence to the contrary. The city's BTI mosquito control program is a case in point. While BTI is evidently much less toxic than chlorpyrifos, its use clearly impacts biodiversity insofar as it reduces food sources for insectivores such as many species of birds, dragonflies, and bats. There needs to be a greater focus on the protection of biodiversity. Another case in point is the increased uses of several pesticides, as evidenced in the pesticide use data from 2019 and 2020. The use of 2,4-D, deemed a possible carcinogen by the WHO, increased by 54%. Azophate, linked to lower IQs in children, rose by 7,019%. Azophate is a systemic pesticide injected into hundreds of Edmonton's elm trees to eliminate elm scale, and ash trees to eliminate cottony ash psyllid. I have asked Fran for over 6 weeks, have waited for information from the city of Edmonton about these programs. In particular, what were the thresholds for using azophate in this way and what impacts on biodiversity were anticipated and or observed? What happens if a woodpecker eats an insect from a treated tree? Or, if an owl eats a mouse that has eaten a seed from a treated tree? In contemplating steps to be taken if and when the much-feared emerald ash borer reaches the beloved ash tree canopy of the city of Edmonton, we must acknowledge the existence of native predators such as the woodpecker and the need to protect this bird's health and viability. Coincidentally, The most recent episode of CBC Radio's Quarks and Quarks included a segment on the emergence of the emerald ash borer and the positive role that a healthy woodpecker population may have played in slowing and, indeed, stalling the spread of this invasive species in Winnipeg. Published research also notes the effective role the woodpeckers play in controlling the emerald ash borer. See Note 1 below. City of Edmonton Pest Management has shown that it is capable of using extremely potent compounds to control pests with arguably unacceptable risks. Note as well that the acephate formulation used in 2019 and 2020 is now banned by Health Canada and is in its 3-year phase-out period. One wonders if Edmonton is a dumping ground for banned pesticides in the process of being phased out. Edmonton was, by the way, the last municipality in Canada, if not North America, to use chlorpyrifos to control mosquitoes. Chlorpyrifos is now banned in Canada and in its 3-year phase-out period, just as Edmontonians have an important role to play in responding to the climate crisis. Edmontonians also have a role in responding to the crisis of the loss of biodiversity. Coincidentally, protecting biodiversity also protects public health. A truly comprehensive cosmetic pesticide ban would go a long way in the right direction. Many thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Olstead.
Thank you.
Next, we have Robert Wild, followed by Elvira Felkner and Leah Berger.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Wild.
Okay. Good afternoon, all. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Sohi and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I actually I spent a little time listening to this morning's session. And even though I'm a 75-year-old child, I was a child immigrant and therefore a settler, I think I can say one thing about that we all have in common, and that's together with the Indigenous peoples, and that is a need for water, a need for potable water. And it's a given that, and we all know that there are many reserves and communities that do not have access to, have no potable water. And this is a long-term failure that is perhaps even indictable. I'm just saying this because it just happens to be true. Now to move on, as far as the BTI is concerned, there's a lot said about that it does not affect anyone. However, I did read that the use, as far as use characteristics, the users of BTI are strongly advised to wear not only high-quality masks and gloves, but also protective gear when handling and applying the spray substance. Therefore, according to this, I don't think it can be considered a safe or a non-effective substance. And besides, spray regime delivery of pesticides has been and remains an unresolved issue. It was adopted with little or no regard for the health and environmental consequences. For example, DDT was not reviewed as a health or environmental problem until they started spraying it. Now, moving on, I'd like people who live in cities, and a middle-class person like me might say that we can take our water for granted. And I'd like to point out that according to the study done in 2015, the first of its kind in southern Alberta, it was a time of travel synoptic survey of pesticides in watersheds of southern Alberta. And what they said was that all pesticides were detected were current use herbicides except for 2 obsolete compounds. And the pesticides were detected in 47.7% of the samples. And detective frequency in each river subbasin varied. For the South Saskatchewan River, it was 100% higher than that of the Oldman, which is at 60%. In the Bow River, it was 39%, and the Red Deer River was 24%. Now, the overall point of all of this is that obviously there's rainfall and snow and meltwater runoff, and it happens all over the province. So if there were a study done in the North Saskatchewan watershed and around here, is pretty well a given. It would come up with something very, very similar. And also now it's because the pesticide products, most of them that we're talking about, they have an active ingredient plus commercial adjuvants that increase the toxicity. And all of these are synthetic chemicals designed to be incompatible with and destructive of biological processes that include growth, development, and reproduction. So we really have to look at what's happening here. I know that the city has to look at their budget and balance their budget, but they also should be thinking of the cost to overall health if you're going to continue using any of these products. And if we are going to be coming up with a cosmetic pesticide ban, may I remind you that it would be compatible with a reduced use of toxics. It would be compatible with a reduced use of fossil fuel products, and it would result in an improvement of air, water, and soil quality in our city. And we also should remember that cosmetic pesticides, what are they? Their only job is to beautify lawns, parks, golf courses by killing weeds and to make the grass smoother. They're used to make things look in a certain way, the way that we're told things should look like. They're not used to keep insects away from foods or to protect people from diseases.
Thank you, Mr. Wild.
So therefore,
thank you. Appreciate
okay,
your
well,
comments.
thank you very much for the time to talk to you, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thanks for your participation today. Next, we have Elvira Falconer, followed by Leah Berger and Lisa Glock. Go ahead, Elvira. Oh, perhaps we don't have Ms. Falconer with us.
Okay, sorry, found the right mic. I'm here.
All right, there you go. Okay.
Sorry about that. Dear councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Elvira Faulkner. The knowing resides in our heart, bone, and flesh. Remembering that we know each being, our relations, rooted, winged, furred, scaled, two-legged, four-legged, and that we must protect them at all cost. It is beyond doubt their loss, their existence, and their death will be our demise. We are imploring this Council of the Citizens' Voices for resolute and immediate action on the ban of all cosmetic pesticide use and aerial mosquito spraying. Our way of doing things does not work anymore. These temporary Band-Aid solutions are no longer sustainable, and we need to start adapting quickly if we want a future on this earth. As been stated before, many countries and major cities in Canada have already banned the use and sale of pesticides. The insurmountable evidence as to the negative effects to our health, biodiversity, and ecosystems far outweighs any of the benefits, which ironically only serve to line the pockets of the few. When City of Edmonton adopts and transitions our boulevard and shrub beds to more permaculture, naturalization, and stewardship practices, and in some cases transforms public and private green spaces like golf courses, school grounds, and parks into urban food forests, we would not only be a beautiful city to look at, but also a city adapting to climate change and the biodiversity crisis. Ecologically and socially diverse, multifunctional landscapes will improve urban landscape resilience and sustainability, as well as our own well-being and that of our non-human relations well-being. The more biodiversity we have, the smaller the pool for invasive species to thrive. Converting our green spaces can contribute to our local economy for ecotourism, stormwater management, urban heat island effect, and forest products such as fruits, nuts, berries, mushrooms, herbs, and other edible plants. With our increasing awareness of climate change, the city should be looking for solutions to managing these spaces with more sustainable and inclusive and ecological economics in mind. What a wonderful opportunity to embrace and build resilience and community engagement, provide employment, knowledge, and reconciliation with Indigenous people, education, and mentorship. What a wonderful opportunity to affirm the medicinal connections between humans and plants, the importance of trees and soil, and our sense of belonging and connection, with minimum risk to the natural systems that sustain us, provide food security, and mental and physical well-being. When we moved into the Highlands neighborhood in 2015, our goal was to reduce waste, grow our own food, and become more self-sufficient and resilient. We built a passive solar home and endeavored to build a permaculture urban food forest. No grass. We began by regenerating our soil, then planting perennial multi-purpose plants that would grow every year and contribute to the success of the other plants. We mulched our entire yard. We had some experience having volunteered on an organic farm, but I also wanted to integrate my garden and my home to create a lifestyle that had minimum impact on environment. It's been a very organic learning journey. Today, we have 28 diverse and healthy fruit and berry producing trees and bushes. We have aspiring trees that provide shade for our home in the summer and allow light and heat in the winter. The wood mulch, manure, and compost that we layered throughout our yard to maintain moisture, keep plants cool, and prevent further weeds from germinating has become a healthy mycorrhizal network of mycelium that connects individual plants together to transfer water, nitrogen, carbon, and other minerals. Mycorrhizal networks help in the decomposition, recycling, and regeneration of the life cycle in our food forest. We are able to grow enough food to eat fresh and preserved to sustain us all winter and early spring. Increased biodiversity of birds, insects, and small animals in our food forest creates a balance that prevents the passing of disease and pests and makes it highly productive as well. I fully uphold and am hopeful of an enthusiastic regeneration and reclamation of our education system with emphasis on permaculture, resiliency, and ecological economics. We need more than individual action. This is a collective problem, and it demands a collective action. I strongly believe our city and citizens would benefit as a result of more investment, education, and implementation of permaculture design, naturalization, and stewardship, especially as we find ourselves in a global climate change emergency. We need to adapt to global warming and climate change right now, as it will continue to affect us now and future generations. And we can begin by prioritizing education and investment on adapting our urban and rural landscapes. The benefits of banning pesticides will minimize soil erosion, reduce pollution, nurture community values, protect natural ecosystems, increase biodiversity to build resilience and stable habitats, support our beneficial insect populations, help agricultural farmers thrive, sustainability, individual and collective self-sufficiency, enhance our collective knowledge on nurturing our relationships with the earth and each other, beautifying our city, providing health benefits, and rebuilding a greater connection with the earth and our kin. Our relationship with nature and land enhances our overall health, resilience, and well-being, and makes us a stronger and more resilient city.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your presentation today. Next is Leah Berger, followed by Lisa Glock and Kevin Stewart.
Hello, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for having me speak today. So my name is Leah Berger, and I'm a fourth-year Bachelor of Commerce student from the University of Alberta. And as part of a community service learning certificate I'm doing at the U of A currently, I've had the opportunity to work and learn alongside Pesticide-Free Edmonton. And my work for them as a communications student has involved formatting research I've done, along with research uncovered by my peers into clear and digestible communication materials for the public, because oftentimes I have found that individuals are making choices regarding pesticide use without knowing all the information and harms that they can cause. So I'd like to share some visuals that are up on the screen that I have formatted from another U of A peer's research and presentation that she will be sharing today, and that's Lisa Glock. And they're based upon commitments from Edmonton's 2022 Pesticide Commitments Report, and explain why some of the statements and policies are problematic to what's actually being done, and give a broad sense of what's happening in the city regarding pesticide usage. And although my presentation isn't directly addressing helicopter spraying of DIT for mosquitoes, I'm speaking generally to show how these pesticide use initiatives are all tied together and how they all are affecting Edmontonians. And rather than another pilot, I really hope that you look towards something comprehensive like a cosmetic pesticide ban for the city of Edmonton, because I think it's about time to join other Canadian cities and provinces in that manner. So next slide, please. So here we have policy 1, and that's talking about greener as we grow, where Edmonton's commitment is to put Edmontonians at the forefront of 2 important trends for our region, continuing to develop a healthy city while also paying attention to what will surely be one of the great challenges of our future. So in here is the commitment to protect and enhance our land, air, water, and biodiversity. Next slide, please. So here I kind of was asking myself, is the city really doing this? So pesticide usage has been proven to lead to lower air quality for the community and poses various serious health risks. They contaminate surrounding soil and water sources and overall cause a loss of biodiversity. So it is to my knowledge that a ban on the use of pesticides would be beneficial for us Edmontonians and would actually truly be aligned to greener as we grow. Next slide. And in policy number 2, Edmonton is committed to protecting, expanding, and improving access to its natural systems and open spaces in support of biodiversity and the health and enjoyment of all Edmontonians. Next slide, please. So again, is this the case? Many pesticides Edmonton uses have long half-lives that stay in our ecosystem for years. And this is also coupled with the occurrence of spray drift, which adversely impacts biodiversity in protected areas within Edmonton. So it is my belief that Edmontonians should be able to open their windows without worrying about toxic chemicals drifting from a sprayed lawn. And I just want to quickly add that regarding the loss of biodiversity I talked about, there are kind of misconceptions and feelings surrounding BTI, that it is not harmful. However, I want to point out that very little studies have closely examined the long-term ecological impacts from BT application and instead focus mostly on the short-term effects. Also, some research from the Washington Department of State Health presented that some studies done on BTI suggest that continuous application of BTI over 2 to 3 years to wetlands results in an overall decrease of biodiversity. So next slide, please. And policy number 3, the city says they're committed to promoting long-term ecosystem sustainability by prioritizing strategies that minimize negative effects to non-target organisms and by preventing the development of pesticide-resistant pest populations. Next slide, please. And then I was asking, how is the city minimizing negative effects if their use of organophosphorus pesticides like glyphosate have been proven to have carcinogenic effects and cause endocrine system disruption? So specifically, the carbonate class of pesticides they use have been linked to increased risks of neurobehavioral complications, dementia, as well as lymphoma. And also it's proven that pesticide use creates pesticide-resistant superbugs and superweeds. And then last policy is the collaboration with school boards to identify, allocate, and deliver municipal and school reserves that will allow for educational spaces and community facilities that provide learning, recreation, and gathering opportunities. Next slide, please. And lastly, children need to be safe walking to school and playing in city parks. So since 2012, Edmonton Public Schools has stopped the use of non-essential pesticides on school property. And if Edmonton wants to honor this commitment to the safety and health of Edmonton's children, then a cosmetic pesticide ban for the city is essential. Many private lawns along the way to school or parks are sprayed, and they pose a danger to Edmonton youth. Alongside this, post-secondary campuses like the University of Alberta also still spray their lawns.
Thank you.
So, yeah,
thank you.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
that's your 5 minutes. Thank you for your presentation today. Next we have Lisa Glock, then Kevin Stewart, then Jonathan Lawrence. Go ahead, Ms. Glock.
It is possible that Miss Glock got called away to a class. So I don't know if, I just,
We'll
in
circle
case she
back.
doesn't turn on soon, she may be away.
Thank you. We can circle back at the end of our list and see if she's with us. Next then would be Kevin Stewart, followed by Jonathan Lawrence and Clara Koalitza. Mr. Stewart?
And I'm here with Snowflake Sturgeon to remind you that we're not just talking about the human community, but also aquatic communities. And I'm Kevin Stewart from Rewild, Alberta. I have a BSc in zoology from the U of A. It's also where I met Mike Jenkins as first-year lab partner in geology. And also, I think far more important is that the Edmonton Community Foundation has called me the Lorax of Vegreville. So I'm here to speak for the wetlands. I read a lot about issues worldwide in biodiversity, about the decline in freshwater mussels, large mammals, birds, bats, land snails, plants, and by plants I mean like mosses, liverworts, and then not just like maples and oaks. I post these things so often that on my iPad, autocorrect suggests, like after I type in news, it suggests of the apocalypse. And kind of a lesson from paleontology is that whenever there's a mass extinction, as in like the apocalypse we're in right now, that large terrestrial endotherms go extinct. And we're large terrestrial endotherms. There's a site in Britain called Pardon Downs, which is a secret military base where chemical weapons are tested, but surrounding it, because of the lack of pesticides, biodiversity is flourishing. There's all kinds of insects, native plants, and as cyberpunk author Bruce Sterling remarked on it, that chemical weapons are less deadly than pesticides. And also just kind of study out from Japan in Hokkaido, where looking at rivers where rainbow trout were introduced, the changing in the feeding habits of the fish in rivers actually reduced bat populations in the forest. So what's the alternatives is going to be the question. And I go with ecologist and biogeographer Dr. Michael Rosenzweig. In his book Win-Win Ecology, he introduced the idea of reconciliation ecology, in which we work to reconcile with the natural world and kind of bring more species in with us. And as for bats, there is an adorable solution. Bats, or as I like to call them, sky puppies. If we were to go and take the money for spraying and invest it into bat boxes, we could have more and more of these adorable little flying creatures. When I was, a couple years ago, I was out in my hometown in Vegreville and with my partner Josie, and we went out to the fish pond just at dusk, and there was a swarm of about 100 bats swooping and flying and getting ready to go out on a night for feeding on mosquitoes. And I agree with her description of it, that it was magical. So instead of going, hey, let's get rid of mosquitoes, why don't more? More mosquitoes means more bats, more birds. Protect the wetlands. We have more ducks. We have more fish. Let's just, and just kind of like one last thing is that if you've seen the movie Lilo and Stitch, the man in black turned social worker said that he managed to prevent alien invasion of Earth by convincing the Intergalactic Council that Earth was home to the endangered mosquito. Mosquitoes are our friends, and I just want you to be able to say loud and proud with me that I love mosquitoes.
Thank you. Yeah. Appreciate your contribution, Mr. Stewart. Next we have, you know what, I'm going to move to committee first of all. Do we want to extend orders to hear from all of our speakers before we take our break, or?
So moved.
I'll just seek unanimous consent. So we'll do that. We'll finish hearing from our speakers, then take our break. So Jonathan Lawrence is next, followed by Clara Kolitsa and Dustin Bayer. Mr. Lawrence?
Awesome, thank you. Good afternoon, councillors, Mayor Sohi, and speakers. I'm coming to this forum as the planning advisor at the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. Before I start, I want to recognize that we're on Treaty 6 territory today as we speak about environmental stewardship and land use. I also want to emphasize Councillor Paquette's comments earlier that it's the responsibility of all levels of government and community leadership to step up to the plate with action on reconciliation. In addition to this, I think it's critical to recognize the role of citizens, leagues, and all levels of government in tackling climate change, biodiversity loss, and the health of our local communities and ecosystems. So thank you to the speakers today that have brought an incredible level of expertise and insight in that. Moving on and speaking only to item 6.3, but certainly recognizing the interconnections of these two items, I'm here to support leagues in this conversation about turf and alternative planting. I want to thank admin for their work on this report and emphasize its importance. We do also recognize that the original motion was limited to a review of current operations with an eye to operational cost savings, and appreciate the willingness of administration to expand the scope for this review. So based on increased interest, a number of requests, and a variety of existing initiatives and leagues, I'm here to recommend that this committee consider an additional motion to explore something akin to boulevard gardening guidelines alongside the existing initiatives and pilot projects noted in this report. I'm also here today to focus on the why. In 2021, the FCL approached administration to leverage this review and consider best practice and policy from around the country. Best practice in many jurisdictions includes explicit boulevard gardening guidelines for residents and encourages citizen and community participation in creating more beautiful, interesting, and diverse streets, adding character to neighborhoods and increasing the feeling of community pride. Policies that allow boulevard gardening support environmental benefits, such as increasing ecological diversity, providing animal and insect habitats and corridors. Working and occupying these forgotten and underused spaces can create natural opportunities for community building. They can contribute to traffic calming and healthier living, and they support the intentions of Connect Edmonton and our city plan framework. While there's a wide variety of possibilities, as well as constraints like contaminated soil or pesticide use, edible plants can improve the availability of fresh, local, and sustainable food sources. Not least of all, boulevard gardens can further cultivate Edmonton's mission to be greener as we grow. In addition, and beyond food production, communities and leagues have an immense and often undercapitalized role in resilience and climate change mitigation and adaptation. Research by the University of Alberta has found that between 1999 and 2020, Edmonton lost 15% of its vegetation. While boulevards cannot accommodate significant or citizen-led tree planting for a lot of reasons, lower impact plantings in existing green spaces tend to be permeable and can be an important piece of low impact infrastructure that really significantly reduces our dependence on high cost capital projects and expensive infrastructure to mitigate some of the most challenging results of variable and extreme weather as our climate changes. Understandably, a key consideration for administration has been traffic safety. While we're keenly aware of this reality, it's worth challenging the premise of this consideration. Where there's a concern for vehicle speeds or behavior, or there's a general intention to protect pedestrians and cyclists through open sightlines or proximity of activity to a roadway, we really need to begin to consider reducing the impact of private vehicles rather than isolating green space or constraining activity on neighborhood streets. So like other cities, we need to be pretty quick in moving away from a system of trade-offs that prioritizes the car to a system that prioritizes places for people and ensures these spaces are safe for all users. Sometimes that'll be at the expense of traffic flow and vehicle speeds. It has been shown in many jurisdictions across Canada that greening these boulevard and median spaces sequester carbon, they facilitate year-long beauty, reduce runoff and soil loss, they reduce turf coverage and associated fossil fuel consumption, they create vital pollinator habitats and insect corridors, and really importantly, from the FCL's perspective, is they promote social connection and environmental education. I'm being intentional here in my wording today to advocate for the use of these marginal spaces without an explicit program, structure, or policy stance. The reason for this is that I believe administration is well prepared to identify and pave the way for creative, inclusive, and innovative programs led by citizens and leagues. I see in the list of folks registered to speak today, many who are incredible advocates We've heard from knowledge keepers and resources that support this work already. So as the EFCL, we're present in this space to encourage collaboration, meaningful engagement, and to push the scope of this review a little bit to include consideration for a more broad reevaluation of our current approach, in particular to residential green spaces. So we at the EFCL look forward to working closely.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Thank you.
Yeah,
Sorry,
awesome.
we're really running out of time. Thank you for your
No
comments
worries.
today. Next is Clara Kolitsa, followed by Dustin Bayer.
Hi. I'm hoping that, I'm Clara. I'm hoping that my presentation is somewhere out there.
We'll just wait a second to see if we can pull that up. Just a sec.
Thanks. I'll just introduce myself while we're waiting. My name is Clara Kolitsa. I was born, raised, and educated in the city of Edmonton. I have a Master of Science in Soil Chemistry from the U of A, and I'm a professional agrologist. I currently am a market farmer. I grow several hundred varieties of flowers on about half an acre.
Ms. Kolitsa, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We do not have your presentation.
We're just going to confirm, apologies for
I
a number
emailed
of
that
presentations
this
for this
morning.
item. We're just going to make sure that we have it and we'll pull it right up for you. Sorry for the confusion.
That's okay.
Perhaps what
Anyway.
we'll do, Ms. Kolitsa, maybe we'll jump to Dustin
You
Bayer.
want to roll back to me? Sure,
Yeah,
thanks.
we'll come to you when we've got it. Oh, you know what?
Oh,
Here
there it is.
We've got it up. All right.
Okay.
I'm sorry for the confusion. Please carry on.
No worries. So if you can scroll up one, I'm actually, like many of the other speakers, I designated it as section 6.3, but really it's for both sections. Anyway, I currently grow about several hundred varieties of flowers on about a half an acre of land west of the city on Treaty 6 land. And it's all, my market garden is completely organic and I sell at a commercial scale. So it is possible. Next slide, please. With respect to the pesticides, I also have the great fortune of co-hosting a podcast on sustainable flower production methods. And in the last little while, we've had the great fortune of speaking to some exceptional research scientists with respect to the widespread, incredibly high use of systemic persistent insecticides of the classes neonics, butynoloids, and the diamides, which are replacements for neonics. Sadly, I was under the impression that neonics were banned, like lots of people maybe. They're not, sadly. Subsequent conversations with Dr. Doug Tallamy, entomologist with the University of Delaware and author of the New York Times bestselling book, Nature's Best Hope, as well as Dr. Christine Bishop from Environment Canada, resulted in me extending my reading even further into the current literature on organophosphates and all the other pesticides. So we really can't talk about one class of pesticides. We need to talk about pesticides, period. Next slide. I'm going to speak specifically to my industry, which is the ornamental industry, ornamental plants. We have some very shameful use of neonics, and the use is documented in the literature. Neonic product labels permit extremely high application rates on ornamental nursery crops, 87 times the highest agronomic use, and the very gentle but diplomatic language used in scientific papers that they should be avoided for ornamental crops that are highly attracted to bees. That should be kind of obvious. Next slide, please. A survey by the Friends of the Earth of plants purchased in retail garden centers in the US and Canada found widespread residues of neonics in the leaves, stems, and flowers of ornamental plants at alarming levels. It's not very often that in scientific literature they use language like that unless it means something. Sadly, recent surveys by Xerxes, which will be published in the scientific literature this summer, Xerxes is the Society for Invertebrate Conservation, are also finding similar levels, similar issues in, get this, plants sold as bee-friendly in retail garden nurseries. One might question the ethics of such things, and it would suggest that we really need to think about pesticides in both public and private lands. I want to also note that in ornamental horticulture means trees and flowering shrubs, and it's well established in the literature that these systemic persistent herbicides stay in woody plants for periods of 3 to 7 years. Okay, that means systemic means it's the pesticide is present in all of the plant tissue, everything that's out there that is eaten by invertebrates and birds. So the concept of target and non-target organisms is irrelevant. They're all target organisms when you're talking about the pesticides we're talking about. Next slide, please. So we need to talk about neonics, but we really need to talk about pesticides in general, and the fact that there's now a burgeoning body of scientific literature calling for changes in licensing and permitting to take into account the cumulative effects of all of the agrochemicals that we're using, which includes, when we say agricultural chemicals, that means horticulture and forestry. And we need to also talk about sublethal effects. Everybody talks about LD50s. Oh, it's not so toxic, whatever. The literature, the recent literature is very clear about sublethal effects.
Thank you, Ms. Kwalitza. I'm sorry, I have to cut you off. I'm sorry about that. That's your 5 minutes.
Okay.
Dustin Bayer is next.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Great. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. And I also want to thank administration for putting together a report on alternative landscaping options. I do think that this is something that is incredibly important, not only for mitigating some of the risks associated, well, sorry, let me back up, not only for reducing costs, hopefully, but also I think for mitigating some of the challenges that we are currently seeing and will expect to see. So everything from urban heat island, a lack of biodiversity, some of the challenges around flood mitigation or drought that we're likely to experience from increased weather events. Sorry, I have a puppy in the background who's pretty young here, just been quiet all morning, and now is going to speak up probably. I also think that there is a link that we can draw between the landscaping alternatives as to the pesticide mitigation. So in particular today, I want to talk about permaculture design. I read the report, and I think there's maybe a little bit of a misunderstanding about what permaculture design is or how it fits into an alternative landscaping approach. So for starters, in particular, I'm taking a look at like attachment 1, which is a list comparing naturalization and urban farming and artificial turf and low growing alternatives to the cost of a permaculture approach. So my main point is that permaculture is not a particular type of garden. Permaculture is more a philosophy on how one might implement a garden. And so to say this is a permaculture garden is kind of like saying this is an AutoCAD building. Like, it's a tool that you can use to create something with the idea that it is in alignment with the natural principles or in alignment with nature, with natural principles, with the idea of creating something that is going to benefit the human users as well as the environment. So that's kind of the goal. But what you build out of that can change drastically depending on like what you're hoping to build and the budget that you have. And so I happen to suspect, I'm looking at some of the numbers here. So it's $240,000 to $330,000 per hectare. And I happen to suspect that those numbers actually come from me because about 10 months ago, I was asked to put in a quote, a generic permaculture quote for the city of Edmonton. And so I tried to explain at the time that you can't really put in a generic permaculture quote. The whole idea behind permaculture is to take a look at the landscape, take a look at the people who use that landscape, take a look at the the sun and the water and everything that interacts there, and to come up with a plan that is customized for that specific location. And so that, I think, is the real benefit of permaculture design, is we are taking the human and sort of natural use into account as we implement it. But it also means that you can't really say, okay, a permaculture design is going to cost like X amount of dollars, like anywhere in the city. Doesn't really make sense. The quote too that was put in was specifically for a naturalization project. So the idea was to take a look at something actually very similar to what a Roots for Trees project would do, but using some techniques commonly found in permaculture design, because there's a lot more of the site-specific work up front. It is, I would say, generally more expensive to implement a permaculture design, though it's tough to throw a number on it. But the thing that kind of concerns me is a little bit, it's got an annual operating cost here of like $25,000 to $33,000 per hectare, which is roughly kind of 10% of that installation. But the goal, if you're creating a design that aligns and works with principles of nature, the goal is to actually bring those costs down as to zero if you can. And so I think that the numbers as they stand in this report actually suggest, well, one, that you can have a blanket permaculture, cost per hectare. I don't think that that's accurate. Two, I think that it gets it right that it is going to be more expensive initially to install something using, ecological principles and a lot of kind of forethought. But I do think that the cost savings will be substantial, in that the maintenance should be quite low, especially as the system gets established. But that being said, I do think, so it is, I think, like, permaculture, I think, is an important tool that we can use. And I would hate for this report to give the impression that it's expensive or going to be something that is going to be difficult to maintain.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bayer. Appreciate your comments. I'm going to check back to see if Meg Sears has been able to join us again. Meg Sears?
I believe she was online, but has disappeared again.
Okay. And what about Lisa Glock?
Lisa, I don't
She
believe.
has said she has to go to class, be in class.
Okay. Okay, well then I think that concludes our speaker presentations. If we can take our break now and reconvene at 4 p.m. and we will start with questions of our speakers. Thank you. committee members only. Councillor Jans?
Here.
Councillor Wright?
Here.
Mayor Sohi?
Here.
And Councillor Tang will join us in a moment. My understanding is we do have reconnected with Meg Sears, so we'll go to her for her presentation, and then we'll go to questions of our speakers. Ms. Sears, are you with us?
Yes, thank you ever so much for your patience here. It seems that every single time I try to say anything, my connection drops. So I'm on the phone, and for just a couple of things that I hadn't heard really expressed that I could possibly add to this fantastic discussion. Edmontonians are just amazing. First of all, I don't know if my slides are up at all. I obviously can't see them, but I had sent 2 presentations, and I'll speak with, if the one on IPM could come up, I'll speak while that's happening to one thing about this mosquito control. There were, on slide 11 of my first presentation, there's evidence that when you use these, when you use insecticides, and particularly with BTI, that you don't necessarily have a total decrease in mosquitoes. In fact, because you have shifts in ecosystems, then there was an example in Cicero Swamp where they were using insecticides fogging. They actually, after 11 years, had a 15-fold increase in the vector mosquito species population. There was a study in Saskatchewan where they compared 17 pairs of communities, and they found that rather than decreasing the vector populations, they simply shifted from Culex tarsalis to Culex restuans. So there was no overall improvement. And in the U.S., there was a 14-city comparison in 2003 of West Nile virus, and they found that comparing comparable cities with similar ecosystems and climate, etc., there was no significant difference between the West Nile virus disease where they used chemicals or not. So there was also some talk this afternoon about integrated pest management, or IPM, and this is part of the Ontario law for pesticides, that golf courses must be trained in IPM, must use IPM, and must annually report the chemicals that they use. So after a few years, Prevent Cancer Now said that we would like to investigate if this is actually working to decrease pesticide use. Is there a slide up?
There is, yeah. There's a slide that speaks to equivalent hectares by each of 16 golf courses.
Yes. Okay. The diagram. Yes. So we normalize the pesticide use to hectares, because some pesticides you might put a gram per hectare, and some you might put a kilogram per hectare. So just adding up the total mass of them was not very informative. But you can see that over that time there was actually a slight increase overall in this sample, but IPM did nothing whatsoever to reduce the pesticide use. That's the first thing to come. But the other really important thing in this graph is that there are some that did very, very well, and some that really did not do very well at all. So there is a potential for IPM to or for very conscientious practitioners to use much lower levels of pesticides than others. However, IPM, as it's kind of advertised, has been characterized as improved pesticide marketing. So it has to be really focused on natural solutions and through pesticide reduction or minimization, particularly as golf courses are always next to wetlands and next to waterways because they use so much water. Golf courses are kind of turf on life support with continuous watering. So the pesticides do end up back in the waterways. And on the next slide, it's turf wars. It's actually ground wars. I was told by turf wars is a very different movie. I was told by the people in Edmonton that that's what they had given people a link to. I was actually in the movie Ground War, and there's a CBC special, Dad in the Dandelions, which kind of preceded that. And the very interesting thing on slide 21 here is that that organic sports fields have been piloted. Chip Osborne is an expert in the U.S. who has done this. And the first year to transition, it was almost revenue neutral in these sports fields in the U.S., down in California. And after year 2, they were actually saving money on sports fields because they were such tight turf, and the neutral watering for high quality sports fields was very much lower. The very last thing I wanted to comment on is this option of using artificial turf, because often as an underlay, not always, but quite often, crumb rubber is used. And this is from tires. It's quite toxic, and the dust is toxic, and it's inhaled. The chemicals off gas from this old rubber tires. There's actually been a case series of breast cancer reported in female soccer goalies who were playing on synthetic turf. So they were, kind of skidding and breathing in the fumes and so on, very close to the turf. The safer alternatives are for underlay on artificial turf is more expensive, and it's not looking after a waste. So I don't know what Edmonton would be considering, but artificial turf is also very hot, so it actually has to be watered if you're going to play on it. So if you're going to be watering grass, why don't we water real grass? And of course, it has to be replaced, so it's not sustainable. And
Thank you, Ms. I'm sorry, Ms. Sears, I've got to cut you off there. Thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate it. Thank you.
That's the end of it. Perfect.
Okay, we'll now move to questions of our speakers, and just ask everyone to click into eScribe to start that process. Start with Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you very much. I'll just start with Meg Sears while she's still online and we don't lose her. I'm just interested in the organic turf on the sports fields. How does that reduce the watering, or the amount of watering required?
Ms. Sears, are you still with us?
Sorry. Hello. Hello. Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't unmute again. The watering is less because the soil is much richer in organic matter, so it holds the water, and the roots go down a lot deeper. So they bring up water from much deeper, and so rather than watering and having only this very thin layer that is actually going to be holding water, when you water it, it waters much more thoroughly, and it's absorbed into the soil a lot better. So the watering frequency is decreased substantially, and it's also much more resilient against drought.
Okay, thank you very much for explaining that. I think my next question, I'm going to go over to Ms. McDonald. You'd mentioned about I think you had a relative here in the city that was concerned with the toxins seeping into the well water. How close to the well would that have to be? Ms. McDonald?
Sorry about that. I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that, but perhaps someone else might be able to speak to runoff into drinking water.
Hi, it's Meg Sears, very briefly. In PEI, they actually monitored water on farms and there's a lot of pesticide contamination in groundwater around. So it doesn't necessarily have to be directly down the casing of the well. It goes through the soil and through cracks in the rocks as well.
Okay.
And I do also know from my studies on chlorpyrifos that when it comes to standing water, if you have an extreme rainfall event or even a large rainfall event, the standing water or the temporary water structures can actually kind of flood over. And so there's that risk as well that comes with, is more advanced with climate change, of more runoff into drinking sources.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think my next question goes to Professor Boyce. So in the reports from administration, they talk about this BTI being natural, but you said that it's a toxin.
Yes, it is a toxin produced by a bacterium. I don't know what makes it more natural than other substances that are produced by other kinds of bacteria, but at any rate, it certainly is a toxin.
Okay, so just because it's natural doesn't mean it's good for us.
No, it does not.
Okay.
There are all kinds of nasty toxins out there, allelopathic substances in plants, and many of our herbicides come from plants. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And then I think I have one last question here for Ms. McCumsey. And you had mentioned that there's been several polls that reveal that people want to reduce our use of pesticides. Are there any in particular that you could cite for me, or maybe
Yes.
provide percentages?
Well, Raquel Farreau, who is a member of the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment, has a poll that they did. That's probably a really good poll because of the way it was performed. And I don't have the precise percentage, but it's always been somewhere between 2/3 to even more than 3/4 of the population. I know the city also had done polls. I can't say how well those polls were conducted, but they also showed the same consideration from the public that they also wanted a reduction in pesticides. Every poll that was ever done, there's quite a number of them within Alberta, not necessarily specifically Edmonton. This was a specific citing I'm making around some polls done in Edmonton.
Okay, all right. Looks like my time is up. I'll come back around. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, everyone. First of all, thank you so much. There's a number of people that I had a chance to work with in my previous term as a city councillor, and you've been working hard on your efforts. So I really want to appreciate and acknowledge the work that you are doing. I want to follow up on Councillor Wright's question because if you want to understand where Edmontonians' perceptions are, maybe I'll go to Rocky Farreau, because you've been involved in this for a long time, that if we move toward pesticide-free Edmonton, are Edmontonians on board for that? Have you done any local surveys, analysis, opinion polls that you have that you can share with us? Otherwise, we'll ask that question to administration.
Yeah, like Cheryl says, the polls that we did, I can share the actual questions that were asked and the results. And I believe the numbers range from 74% desire to 69% across the political spectrum. I think that's important to add. So, the lowest, I'll leave you to guess which parties, fell where on the political spectrum.
Well,
but,
if you have
popular.
that,
And
if you have that data, if you don't mind emailing that to us, we'd love to have
Will
access
do.
and look at that.
Will do.
Because Because I just want to understand, like, if we are ready to, if Edmontonians are ready to move, because otherwise, if Edmontonians are not ready, they will continue to use pesticides without anybody knowing about it.
Was done in Alberta also. As Cheryl says, the city itself did a survey, and my memory is similar to Cheryl's, that showed that there was that the ban concept was popular.
Okay, good. No, thank you. I do have questions to administration, Mr. Chair. I'll come back to those. So I really want thank you so much, everyone, for your presentation and your long engagement on this this issue. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I have just a few questions, and then I'll move to other councillors. And I think maybe I'll start with Ms. Sears, if she's still on the call. Not quite sure if she is or not.
Hello, I'm here.
Oh, yeah, okay, good. So we heard quite a bit of information around, the health concerns around pesticides.
Certainly.
And I guess my question is, and I'm speaking specifically to the aerial mosquito spraying. If we were to, that speaks to anywhere from an annoyance to a real fear of disease, whether that fear is founded or not. And so my question is, if the city doesn't do something like this to manage mosquitoes, it's my supposition that people will take their own steps to do their own thing. So, for instance, they'll either start using materials, fogging in their yard, other pesticides that they might employ in and around their property as one alternative. The other alternative would be to apply repellents to their skin. And I guess I'm wondering, what is the greater risk? The potential to ingest something either directly or indirectly that's sprayed in a very remote field away from populated areas, or something that I might buy at a local convenience store and lather onto my skin. Do you have a thought on that?
Yes. Well, first of all, the mosquitoes that are biting you are more likely to have come from the local area rather than from a great distance. Now, I understand that in your part of Alberta, some mosquitoes do travel further than they do in Ontario, but nevertheless, you're more likely to be bitten by the mosquito that hatched in the water underneath a pot or in your eaves trough or something like that. So there are a lot of things that can be done to reduce locally, to reduce the mosquito population, and those should be done. And secondly, it's kind of trying to compare apples and oranges, because it's definitely, from a human health point of view, it's much preferable to be using BTI rather than chlorpyrifos. That was a dreadful thing to me. So there was nowhere to go but up on shifting to a different insecticide. However, there is so much evidence that the ecosystem, a healthy ecosystem, will maintain a level of mosquitoes that is probably at least as low as what you maintain here. And what has happened in Ontario is that when they stopped mosquito spraying, the first year was like a year, it was crazy. But where I live, that when I moved there, they came to the realization that they'd actually been spraying illegally. And so it had to be stopped because the fellow wasn't ready. And the first year, there were so many mosquitoes, but the second year, there were way less. And then people said, oh my goodness, the bluebirds have come back. Like, who would have thought that? So we saw a huge influx of things that would eat mosquitoes. So it's very difficult to, kind of say, what if we had not been putting all of this poison into our ecosystem for the last umpteen years? And you can't expect that to turn on a dime, but it will turn, and it's really, really important for a huge number of reasons from biodiversity and having pollinators and so on, and the bird populations. So that's a very long and complicated question to answer to your rather direct question, but it's not an easy one to answer. But certainly moving towards a pesticide bylaw, moving towards using insecticides only if there is a human health emergency, because like right now, Edmonton doesn't have a lot of problems with vector-borne diseases. And that's the way that it's being treated in Ontario now. There's only spraying if there is evidence that we have a problem.
Okay.
So we don't take antibiotics just because bacteria are bad. We take antibiotics if we need them, and we do it that way because otherwise everything gets resistant and they don't work anymore.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Yeah?
That's my time.
No,
that's my time. So thank you very much for your answer. We'll move to Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have so many questions, but in the interest of time, I'm actually going to hold off because we can spend our time asking questions and we might not actually get to the action piece. I guess I wanted to hear from Cheryl. Ms. McCumsey, just in the example you had cited with your neighbor, you got the mediators involved and stuff, and I guess I'm just wondering if you can share a bit of a broader thought around enforcement, and maybe I'll start with you, and I'll see if anyone else from the group have any thoughts, because that is a resource that I don't think in this whole presentation today have really come up as something for the city to kind of oversee. So if you can just share some thoughts on that.
So my point was that we had taken all available steps and anything that we could possibly think to do that a lot of people are not aware of, actually, and none of them helped. And I came across many people who had similar circumstances, some of them quite horrific and tragic because they had no way to stop their neighbor from spraying, and drift goes quite a long distance. I mean, there's evidence of drift going over miles and miles. So if your neighbor is spraying, even after we applied a solid piece of plywood over our fence, and I didn't get a chance to show that video, but it was clear that damage was still happening on our property, no matter what we did. And so everyone told me, without a city bylaw that clearly outlines that neighbors cannot use this, and there's so many things a person can do instead of spraying, so many, you have no protection in your own home, which is pretty horrific. I mean, it wasn't just impacting me. I was at home a lot more than my husband, but my daughter developed asthma and needed medication. And we could hear a neighbor himself who was unaware of the harm and was harming himself, probably, not knowing this. None of it was necessary. We offered ideas to him, but he was resistant to that. But if the city does what you do with a smoking bylaw, it's a matter of going through some of the growing pains in the early stages.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. So certainly a very complaint-driven resource. And Ms. Madonna, I see you want to maybe speak on that. Wondering too, given that you're in Ontario, is there some kind of a public health similar to what they do with like food inspection, like that kind of role in a province that does currently have a province-wide ban?
Well, I'm not in Ontario, but I know Ontario has.
I'm actually speaking to Ms. McDonald.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Well, let me first of all speak to, if you don't mind, your first question, which is, I've heard this from a lot of people, and bottom line is that a city bylaw is a way to actually deal with this, because PMRA, the Pest Management Regulatory Agency, says that enforcement for all their labels is with Canada Food Inspection Agency. And the numbers are ridiculous in terms of A, not having the personnel to do it, and B, just not doing it. So, and they just go legally, they go, oh, we're not enforcement, we're not doing that. So it's a quagmire. A bylaw is the way that needs to have it happen. And then, with respect to Ontario, Meg might again be able to speak to that better, because I'm more of apologize, but I'm more the federal risk assessment person. But my understanding is that it's basically local is the way to go.
Okay, thank you so much. To Mr. Stumpf Allen, thank you for your presentation. It was really compelling, and I appreciate you mentioning that, you know, there are alternative ways to mosquito control that we haven't really explored. Can you just, you know, are you talking about biosolutions, say, like, I don't know, bat boxes, or, and you had mentioned the willow tree. Can you just, I guess, expand on that?
Sure. Well, it's certainly, we don't have a magic bullet. There is not going to be one thing. It's a systems approach, a permaculture design approach, as we've heard, and we need to consider microbial level solutions as well as macro level solutions.
Yeah, and then, sorry, and then you had mentioned you have done some research on this, and is that, you know, available to our city colleagues before you retired?
Certainly, my work at Compost School continues under Rodney Al, and I'm certainly happy to. We're still in contact, of course. So yes, absolutely, those resources are still there.
Wonderful, thank you so much. And Mr. Bejer, in the last 5 seconds, do you want to jump in on that?
Oh, I ran out of time with 5 seconds. Yeah, I guess all I'll add is that I think there's a strong link between the way that we manage, or there could be a strong link between the way that we manage our turf and integrated pest management, or the management of mosquitoes. And so in particular, this ecological approach, you know, could marry those two issues.
Wonderful, lots of expertise here. Thank you all so much for being here and speaking.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you so much, and thanks again to our speakers for being here and sharing your expertise. I'm going to just pick up where Councillor Tang left off and just go to Mr. Stumpf-Allen again. And yeah, again, want to thank you for your longstanding commitment to helping us build a more green and sustainable city. Wanted to dig into some of the comments you made around IPM. Just to get clarity on my end. So you mentioned that it is really supposed to be a framework for improving land use, not just about pesticide application. And that I guess you would have expected to see some pretty obvious alternatives presented. And that was a flag that there weren't any of those. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, great. And then, yeah, you just spoke to some of those alternatives that potentially could have been there, recognizing there's no silver bullet. Great, thank you for that clarity. Really appreciate that. Also, sorry, did you have something?
Nope.
Okay, great, thanks. And I was gonna jump to Ms. McDonald as well. You mentioned the federal risk assessment and some of the issues and challenges that come with that. I guess I'm looking for a bit of elaboration there. You mentioned that just because they say it's, you know, okay, doesn't necessarily mean it is. And I've heard that from a few folks, so looking for greater detail. So I have a firm
Well, I'd be happy to do that. Thank you. I didn't get a chance to get into that, but basically their paradigm, the PMRA's paradigm, is risk is hazard times exposure. And then they go out and get a bunch of science on hazard, which is the harm the pesticide can do, and then look at how much we're supposed to be exposed to it. But when you actually look at some of their decisions, their approaches and their science is sorely lacking. When it comes to, I think when I got to the environmental exposure, they actually don't, they just estimate the exposure. They don't actually go out and measure it. If they even do that, sometimes they just say, oh, we think it's reduced. When it comes to health, their analysis of acute and chronic toxicity is sorely lacking in that it establishes threshold levels that are supposed to be the danger levels that are extremely high, and they don't really establish them for cancer whatsoever. They have just basically not done a cancer risk assessment for glyphosate, the chemical that I'm interested in, because they say, oh, IARC, the International Agency for Research on Cancer, says that it's not toxic, so we're not going to bother with the exposure side of the equation. They look at not the entire pest control product, which includes the active ingredient plus the adjuvants and surfactants. They look just at the active ingredients. So they're not looking at the whole picture of what's happening in the world, what we're inhaling. And this science that shows that those adjuvants are more toxic They don't look, as was said before, at the cumulative effects in the environment at all of the pesticides as they work with each other, as they work, as one works with the adjuvants and the surfactants. What they do is they isolate it. Let's look at this let's take our little microscope and look at this and let's see how it works out. And that's going to be our science. And then we're going to match it all together and say there's acceptable risk. Okay. Go on and on.
Well, no, I appreciate the comprehensive answer, and that gives me a much better understanding of where that concern is coming from. Thank you so much. And just with the remaining time here, I wanted to jump to Dr. Farreau, and maybe Willow Ziliox. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. But both of you kind of alluded to and mentioned that Edmonton in many ways is kind of behind the times or is a laggard in our, I guess, approach to cosmetic pesticides. And I'm wondering if you could elaborate on other municipalities. You know, it sounds like cosmetic pesticide bans are becoming more and more common. Wondering, what other jurisdictions are doing in this realm. And I guess I can go to Dr. Farreau first, because I see you on my screen.
Yeah, cool. Let's leave some time for Willow for sure. Most people in Canada are protected either provincially or through their municipality. So we're in. What was your other question? It was how popular are these bands, and the other part of it was
and if it's kind of a widely accepted.
Oh, we're known as laggards. Yes, I use that word, laggards. They don't. So the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment did a report card looking across Canada, and they gave people A's all the way to F's, and then they included an additional category, E. This was done in 2017. The E category was for no protection at all. We were given pretty much of a failing grade there. But over to Willow maybe.
Sure, I'm actually out of time, so apologies on that. But hopefully others ask questions. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Hi, thanks very much, and thanks to all the speakers who are came out today. Just a very quick question in the interest of time. I'm wondering, this might be best for Mr. Boyce. Just really interested in what other investments might have a strong impact on the mosquito population. So we heard about the potential, for example, bat boxes. Also just wondering around education, it was sort of mentioned how a lot of the mosquito population comes from, people's own yards, having the stagnant water there. So again, if we're sort of looking at a $500,000 budget, what are some other ways that we could spend that to have, again, an impact, recognizing that there's no major health concerns, but still that serious nuisance concern for Edmontonians, how we can invest that money differently to be more ecologically sustainable, but also still help reduce the mosquito population.
I certainly do not support any pesticide use to achieve that.
Alternatives to pesticides, specifically that, yes.
Yes, but certainly having more songbirds will help, but also identifying wet spots and places where mosquito larvae can develop in buckets and a variety of small places. Getting into the agricultural fields, though, is probably something beyond a reasonable capacity to drain those areas and or deal with the habitats that exist for mosquitoes. But individuals can put on a shirt and use some repellent and pyrethrum coils on your back deck and various things that you can do to live with it. But I guess I'm not in support of the city spending vast amounts of money to try to make people more comfortable.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Wondering if any other folks have thoughts around. I don't want to say supply and demand, but just some of those other ecological factors that can help manage the mosquito population. I see Dustin's hand up. Direct my question to you.
I don't think anybody has talked heavily on the relationship between, say, mosquitoes and the way that we manage stormwater within the city. And so, obviously, landscaping itself will have an impact on that. So, whether you have turf or some of these alternatives that have come up today. But I even think that there are opportunities when it comes to things like green roofs, which are going to just naturally reduce the amount of water that's shed from the property. Rain gardens is a topic that has come up in conversation within the city and EPCOR certainly over the last few years. And having had some conversations with the folks at EPCOR, I know that they're very much interested in exploring what that looks like on a residential level. And so if there's ways to essentially take that water and absorb it into the landscape where it can be sort of removed from mosquitoes as a potential breeding ground, but also, contribute to our wastewater management while at the same time, editing our boulevard trees. And I mean, there's lots of different benefits that come out of there. But that's one avenue that I think would be worth exploring.
Great, thanks very much. I'll yield the rest of my time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Paquette, you're up next.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bader, I'll just follow up with you. Thanks for coming to speak, and thanks to all our speakers for all of your information. I think I've got a very clear picture. I think we all do, so appreciate your time. Dustin, can we immediately move toward a permaculture model, understanding that it costs maybe a bit more upfront for the transition, but saves money and serves to beautify our public spaces in the long term, plus reducing the amount of pooling water that would lead to mosquitoes, and plus also help us with our flood management? Do you think we can start that maybe immediately?
Short answer, yes. There's a lot to unpack there, right? So permaculture is this ecological sort of systems look at how to basically address these issues. And so the challenge there, as I mentioned before, is that it's not a one size fits all. There's lots of things to consider, but I do think that moving in that direction is something that is doable. I think that and it will. I believe that it will reduce costs in the long run.
Oh yeah, every use case will have to have some intention behind it, and that's the whole point of permaculture. It's not just a free for all. There is intention in order to find the right balance. Is that sort of what you're trying to say?
Yeah, and I mean, I think going back to not to detract from your question, but that it's a really great tool for lots of the approaches that have been mentioned in the report. So we could use permaculture principles to take a look at an urban farm, or to take a look at a community garden, or to take a look at stormwater management. It's really about trying to partner with the natural world in a way that benefits the natural world, but also tackles human problems and provides some of the solutions that we're looking for.
Right, and simply are those concerns incompatible?
No, they are not. So that's kind of the main argument, right? Is these two things can be in alignment.
Yeah, I think so. And if that means a little bit more capacity, maybe hiring specialists in administration, I think we can absolutely do that. Thank you for your time. I'm just going to quickly move to Dr. Farrow. Is it reasonable to consider maybe a pause and public engagement on pesticide treatment as we tie these permaculture approaches in pest management and health concerns together? I mean, would you say that was reasonable? Like, understanding that because we'll need some provincial partnership and things like that to really make it effective legally, that it would be reasonable for the city to maybe pause on some of this as we move toward a better approach?
Thanks for that question. No, it would be unreasonable. Typically what happens is a municipality puts a ban in place, and then that enables Calgary, and then the province comes on board. That's where how it's worked elsewhere. We know legally that you're able to do it. We know you should do it. And in terms of education, there's so consultation, that's already been done. We know these are popular. We're all here to tell you we want it. And then in terms of education, I do think that's important. You know, how people can institute this in their own yards, just as the city will need to educate itself for their land management practices. People that are still hanging on to herbicides will have to educate themselves. And so I do think education, some budget for education to help people will be important.
Right. Okay.
But the consultation piece, I think we are beyond that.
So what I'm hearing is that you feel that municipalities need to take the lead, as we usually do on most big issues, and that city communication and education is paramount in this. And from what I heard earlier, youth are ready for this. They understand that we are in an extinction level event in terms of biodiversity, and all of us in every community, every city, every jurisdiction has a part to play in that. We are either culpable or we are responsible, is what I'm hearing. Is that right?
You heard good.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm out.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. My question is to, sorry, I have to go back to the speakers list, to Mr. Is it Badger, Dustin?
I'd say Bajer.
Bajer, sorry, thank you so much. I actually want to talk more about 6.3 for a moment. I think we've talked a lot about pesticides, and I was clear in December about my stance on that, and it hasn't changed. But one thing I was surprised about in the report from 6.3 is that we talked about budget, and as you mentioned, sort of alluded to some of the challenges with that. But we didn't talk about in any way what we're supposed to be doing in this next 4-year budget cycle is also carbon budgeting. And so my question to you is, of those, you know, methodologies or options for alternative turf that were laid out, which would you say has the biggest carbon input, like from like the most carbon impact? Like, so I'm not talking about cost, but just carbon wise, when we're talking about building that green canopy, carbon sink. Yeah, do you have any thoughts on that?
I mean, I think there's a couple different measures that we could use for, you know, one of them I think is the health of the soil. And so over time, our soils should be getting healthier instead of the opposite. And so any time that we can take that carbon and we can store it in the ground and build, you know, healthy microbes around that, we're inevitably going to be doing that good work. And then of course, we can also tie that in with biomass or biodiversity. And so I think these could all be good metrics for talking about the amount of carbon we're sequestering. In terms of carbon intensity, like for the implementation, I think something like, I mean, the regular kind of turf management is, I think you'd be hard pressed to say that the soil is improving every year, and there's obviously going to be an input of fossil fuels into maintaining that turf. The artificial turf is I think especially rough, and while it looks like a maintenance-free option, is pretty energy intensive and really doesn't do anything to mitigate floods or reduce urban heat island effects, and in fact could make those problems worse. Something like a let's say doing a holistic kind of let's call it a permaculture approach, you know, will require an investment up front in terms of labor and plant material, but I think the amount of carbon it will sequester and the amount of, I guess, energy you're not continuously putting into that system every year will pay dividends.
Great. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's what I suspected, but I don't want to make assumptions, want to ask the experts in the room for sure. So thank you for that. And you brought up a really good point about the artificial turf, because isn't artificial turf made from plastic as well, right? So just even in the production of that, would be very interesting. And I'm new to learning a lot about this. So what about the use? What are your thoughts on like the pilot project around the use of clover?
Yeah, I mean, the great thing about clover is I've got a 12 by 12 patch of lawn in the back that is mixed species and has a lot of micro clover in it. One, I think it's pretty. It flowers. I'm a beekeeper, so I'm a fan of that. But one of the nice things about clover is it's a nitrogen fixing plant. So it's partnering with soil bacteria. It's pulling nitrogen out of the atmosphere. And so it's essentially free fertilizer for itself and other plants in the surrounding area, which also means that, that's one less thing that you need to apply on a regular basis. And so generally, I think if you can have a mixed species turf, you're going to end up with some of those benefits, and thus see a reduced cost in inputs. So I think moving towards other turf, diversifying beyond grass, especially mixed species options, I think is something worth exploring.
Great, thank you so much. That really helps. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi is for administration.
For admin, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wright.
Hi, I just a couple more quick questions. And I think maybe for Ms. Qualiza. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Councillor Cartmel had mentioned about people maybe end up using more repellents or fogs and that in their own yard. And I'm just wondering, are there flowers or anything like that might be less harmful alternatives that could be used? I think some plants, I've heard of citronella is one. I think that's a common one. But are there any others?
As far as
To repel mosquitoes.
repels mosquitoes, that's a very good question as far as ornamental plants. Definitely, so citronella is a type of scented geranium, and there's actually a glorious number of scented geraniums available. But again, they are annuals. And so you're looking at kind of an ongoing investment in plants like that. But I think one of the things, that I really took away from, and I'm terribly depressed about having not remembered the gentleman who said he loves mosquitoes. I think we really need to talk about creating, if we can, using our public spaces to create ecosystem services that means they support the things that eat mosquitoes. So I'm not sure that there really is anything in the plant world that will help with that. We really need to have these diverse systems that support the food web, that support the birds and the bats and the dragonflies that eat the mosquitoes. And if we spray, it really doesn't matter what we spray. There's no such thing as non-target organisms. Okay, we just got to get past that language.
Everything's affected by it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, my time's almost up. I'll just leave it at that then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that concludes questions to our speakers. So we thank you all for joining us this afternoon, for all of your presentations, and for your perseverance and your patience as we've had this conversation. We will now move briefly to questions of administration, starting with Mayor Sohi.
Thank you. So my first question is that federal government has a very ambitious plan to plant 2 billion trees over the next decade. Are we tapping into that opportunity to partner with federal government to plant more trees in our city?
Mr. Mayor, yes, we are, and we do have a capital program, as well as we are applying for all of the appropriate grants, but I'll ask
No,
Mr. Kennedy to
that's
provide
all
a
you
little
need
bit
to
more
know.
detail.
I don't need more details. You just need to know we are exploring that option, which is good. One thing that really grabbed my attention in the report on 6.3, the idea or the option of parkland urban farming, where the turf inventory can be transitioned into urban farming areas to produce food and other agriculture products. This really ties into food security, environmental sustainability, local buying, and all that. Just want you to elaborate a little bit more on that, because this is something that I haven't heard before, and I really want to explore that. I actually am thinking of making a subsequent motion later on to get more information on that option.
Definitely, Mr. Mayor. I'll just ask the team to provide some detail on that.
I can answer this. Hello. Yeah, so we did explore at a preliminary level whether there was parkland available for this potential exercise. It is a good fit for some of our larger open space inventory, where we have current maintenance practices. It does need to occur close to roadways or facilities, electricity, etc. But it's something that we can continue to explore, and even in a preliminary analysis, we did several opportunities for this type of expansion of activity.
And any examples of other municipalities exploring same opportunities or actually doing some work, actually farming in urban centers?
Yeah, I think there's many opportunities across North America. A few come to mind. Down the United States, Chicago and New York have large, extensive urban agriculture programs, typically running in conjunction with municipalities as well as at the state level. So yeah, I think there's a lot of ground that's already been tread here that we could learn from and adapt.
Okay.
Yeah, Your Worship, I wouldn't mind adding to that too. We have a farm. The city has its own farm that we have been doing some of our own farming on in the last few years. We provided quite a bit of food last year to shelters and to food banks, and so we are doing some of that ourselves. And I think more work in this area would be good.
Good. And also this is ties into economic growth opportunities as well, right? So if we can incubate local businesses through that kind of opportunity. So I'll stop here because one more question, and I'll look at making a subsequent motion later on when we come back to this report item next week or week after. The surveys on related to if Edmonton were to become pesticide-free community administration, have we done any surveys around people's perceptions? Are they ready to take on that path if we do bring forward a bylaw? Because compliance and enforcement is absolutely, like our enforcement is more complaint-based, but if there's not enough buy-in from public, then they won't be on board. So we just want to get if you have done any surveys.
Your Worship, definitely we've done surveys following the audit that was conducted by the auditor on our IPM. We did a number of surveys and extensive engagement on that. I'll ask Mr. Kennedy to just provide some of the overview of what we got for feedback from residents.
Thanks, Gord. Yeah, so we did an insight survey for about 2,431 participants. We asked them several questions, but in particular to today's reports, we asked them about mosquitoes. So our question was, thinking about how the city manages pests and weeds, how important are the following aspects to you? Fewer mosquitoes in the summer rated as a top response, as very important or somewhat important at over 60%.
Okay.
So there's several other responses in here as well. We could expand, but it's a pretty comprehensive survey. Talks about everything from weeds on roadways right down to dandelions or fewer dandelions in parks. Okay. We could pass that on if required in the future.
Yeah, please. That'll be helpful for us to if we go on that route. Good. I'm done. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yes, I think that would be a great survey to share with all of council if that can be done by a memo. or email. I'm going to pause here. I see you on the list, Councillor Wright. I'm just going to pause here for the moment. I'm going to suggest that both these items be requisitioned to City Council. The next Community and Public Services Committee meeting has got a really packed agenda, and we're starting to get way down the road. The next council meeting has also got a packed agenda, which is going to get more packed as we go through the week and complete committee meetings. So this will, if we do agree to requisition these items, they will end up on the council agenda for the April 4th, April 6th meeting. And that agenda will be further managed by Agenda Review Committee or by council at the beginning of that meeting. So we've got an accumulation of work that's piling up, but I don't believe we can actually do justice to both these items and all of the subsequent motions that I'm aware of that are coming in the next few minutes. So I can go to Councillor Wright briefly and let you ask your few questions, and then we can move to requisitioning, or we can just do that now. You did click on before I started, Councillor Wright, so I just want to give you a chance.
I just have one quick question. Mr. Olstad had indicated that Edmonton seems to be a dumping ground for pesticides. I'm just wondering if we could get a list of the pesticides. I know like the BTI has been laid over from previous years, because there was a lot of chemical names provided in the presentations today, and I just wanted to sort of check back to see what we have of those things, just how bad it is.
Councillor, we can certainly provide a list of the products that the City of Edmonton uses, as well as the information in the survey that we were talking with the mayor on.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. At this point, I will move then that we requisition items 6.2 and 6.3 to council. I don't know that, Mayor Sohi, if you could, you need to.
Second?
Yeah. Thank you.
Just confirming, Mayor Sohi, that you'd like to requisition both items, just looking for the word.
Yeah.
That we requisite this, the both 6 point.
It doesn't actually go to a vote, Mayor Sohi. It's just if two of committees say requisition, that ends the debate.
Requisition.
Yeah. Thank you. So those items are complete for now. And to our speakers that have hung in there, watch watch the release of agendas for where this conversation continues. It's a bit of a moving target here at Edmonton City Council these days. Are there any motions, notices of motion, or motions without customary notice? Not motions arising from completely different other things that you want to give notice of that I haven't heard about yet.
I will just note that you did a great job.
Oh, you're very kind. Hearing none, we are adjourned. Have a great evening, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow.